Committee will be in order, and thank you very much for joining us for what will be round 2 of the Rules Committee hearing on the Ag Bill. I want to thank everybody for joining us today. During the last day or so, we're considering nearly 300 amendments that were submitted to the Rules Committee for H.R. 1947, the Federal Management Reform and Risk Management Act. Yesterday, the committee reported a rule for general debate of H.R. 1947. As a matter of fact, the gentlewoman, Mrs. Slaughter, the ranking member, is in fact on the floor right now as part of that rule, and so she is not available at this time. So we're moving ahead with the knowledge that she wishes she could be with us. And today we're going to be reporting a rule providing for consideration of as many submitted amendments as possible. This week, every member had the opportunity to submit their ideas for improving this legislation. Due to the sheer number of amendments that were presented and the popularity of this, in fact, it has required us to work a little bit of overtime. You should know that every single member that is here before us today, we're delighted that you are here. Your ideas that we're trying to not only comprehend but also put into perspective on a Republican and Democrat basis is very important. We work well together in the Rules Committee on a bipartisan basis, not just at a staff level, but also at a member level. With that said, yesterday we had the gentleman, the chairman of the committee, Mr. Lucas, and also the ranking member, Mr. Peterson, and we spent a great deal of time. It was our second or third long meeting that we had about an understanding about approaching the floor with an opportunity for members to not only have their say, but a process that would be something that we could become proud of, because we want the final product to be something that we can stand behind. I don't need to tell you there are a number of very important ideas that are being debated, some which come with a commitment to furthering important attributes of that in our home communities. The Rules Committee members are also highly engaged in this process also. So on behalf of the committee, I'd like to say we're delighted that you are here, and I'd now like to defer to, I'm sorry, the gentleman from Massachusetts. I did not know you were going to be here. I did talk to Mr. Polis, but the gentleman, either as you choose, be recognized for an opening statement.
Well, I don't have much of an opening statement other than to say I welcome you all here, and I think the only thing I would differ from the chairman on is when he said, given the fact that we have 229 amendments, to say that we're delighted that you are all here. I would probably not use, I use a different word, but in any event, this is an important bill, and I'm looking forward to the testimony. I hope that as many amendments as possible can be made in order. Thank you.
I appreciate the gentleman. I also, in a previous discussion, had indicated to the gentleman from Colorado that I would yield him time for a statement, and I would yield to the gentleman, Mr. Polis, at this time. And I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts. The gentleman is recognized.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. I think instead, if the chair is fine, I'll after the committee chair and ranker have gone, I'll talk about a few amendments during the amendment phase of the testimony, Mr. Chair.
That would be correct. And in fact, simply to notify you, we're going to go through the very top. And I was going to announce this a minute ago. I'll do it now. Committee on Agriculture first. Secondly, Committee on Judiciary. Committee on Rules. That gives us an idea, and then we'll go to open or other comment that we will receive. Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to call our first panel up. That first panel would include the gentleman, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman, Mr. Goodlatte. I'd like to ask that he be joined by the gentleman, Mr. Welsh, the gentleman, Mr. Pitts, the gentleman, Mr. Thompson, and the gentleman, Mr. Gibbs. If you'd please make sure that we got the chair, our clerk will help you out there. Whoops, got one moved up already. Good. Gentlemen, each of you come to this committee as a result of hard work, thoughtful ideas, and I welcome you. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be accepted and entered to the record. but I want to thank each of you for taking time in the way that you have dealt with this committee and this chairman to try and further your ideas, and today is a golden opportunity for you to shine in that endeavor. And I would welcome first on this panel and would encourage the gentleman to remember brevity is good, making your point, so take all the time you need and then quickly get it done. But as you will note, Mr. Chairman, that's on. Great. Gentlemen, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee from Virginia is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for holding this hearing and allowing us to participate. I want to bring to your attention 3 of the amendments to the bill that have been filed.
Gentlemen, hold just a moment, please. You have reminded me, and thank you very much. I'd like everybody to please, as you talk about your amendment, to give us those numbers. And you were well coached, and I appreciate that. So if you will, at the top of your testimony, tell us what number amendment you're speaking of. Gentleman's recognized.
I don't know that I have the numbers, but there is a very well-known dairy amendment, the Goodlatte, Scott, Collins, Moran, Duffy, Polis, Kaufman, Meeks, Issa, DeGette, Sessions. I want to particularly emphasize the Sessions, Barbara Lee dairy amendment that we would like to see made in order. I also have the sugar amendment, which I think the lead sponsor of that is Joe Pitts and Congressman Davis of Illinois, and then an ethanol amendment as well that I'm offering along with Mr. Welch and others. And I'll put my statement in the record, but I would like to briefly say with regard to the dairy amendment, this is a very, very important amendment. I represent a lot of dairy farmers in my district, and I understand the catastrophic conditions that producers experienced in 2009. We need to have a dairy program to address market fluctuations. However, and I support the margin protection program, which, like that in the base text, I also include in my amendment, but I cannot support what's called the Dairy Market Stabilization Program. This is a highly controversial program that would attempt to manage the U.S. milk supply and in the process penalize both consumers of dairy products as well as dairy farmers who want to expand their operations. And I'm joined with the bipartisan list that I just read to you. DMSP is a supply control program that will directly intervene in markets and increase milk prices, ultimately costing Americans more money at the grocery store and forcing small businesses to raise their prices. Our amendment is better for farmers. Consistent with the direction of the rest of the farm support reforms in this bill, our amendment gives farmers the tools to manage their risks without requiring them to participate in yet another government program. The new Title I programs and our existing insurance programs do not require producers to participate in government supply management. Why should dairy be different? Further, in this country, 90% of dairy farmers have fewer than 200 to 250 cows, and they will all be treated better under our amendment than under the chairman's mark. A lot has been said that supply management has to be included to save the taxpayers' money. Frankly, the Congressional Budget Office has proven this is inaccurate, and our bipartisan amendment without supply management saves the taxpayers $15 million. With regard to the sugar program, I want to urge the committee to allow a vote on the amendment. I'm a co-sponsor of the reform to the sugar program. Sugar is the only program in the Farm Bill that was void of any reform in the markup in committee and the product that is before the Rules Committee today. Over the past 4 years, this single government program has cost food companies and consumers up to $3.5 billion annually, and we must request reform of this outdated program. I urge you to allow consideration of the Pitts, Davis, Goodlatte, Blumenauer amendment to reform the most egregious aspects of the sugar program while leaving in place a safety net for American farmers. And finally, the Renewable Fuel Standard, or RFS, mandates that 36 billion gallons of renewable fuels be part of our nation's fuel supply. This mandate is almost entirely being fulfilled by grain ethanol that comes from corn. The federal government's creation of an artificial market for the ethanol industry has, quite frankly, created a chain reaction that is hurting consumers, and I would even argue ethanol is distorting several of our agricultural markets that the underlying bill is considering. Last year, over 40% of our corn crop was used for ethanol production, marking the first year ever that ethanol used more of the corn stock than livestock. We must address the reality that we are being confronted with tightening corn supplies. Our livestock producers, our food manufacturers, and our consumers need relief now, and our amendment would provide a mechanism that will require the Secretary of the USDA to recommend a reduction of the RFS should stock-to-use levels become too tight. Under this amendment, when the USDA reports that the U.S. corn supplies are tight based upon the ratio of corn stocks to expected use, there would be a corresponding reduction of corn ethanol made to the RFS. For example, if this policy was in place today, the legislation would trigger a 25% reduction in the RFS. Last year, the extreme drought created a tough situation for our producers who were grappling with decreased supplies to meet feed and fuel demands. Congress created this artificial market that is distorting food and feed, and we must provide relief from its unintended consequences. So I urge you to allow debate on this amendment on the House floor, and I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank the committee for the hard work of considering these hundreds of amendments. I'm here in support of amendment number 196, the renewable fuel standards. It's interesting that Mr. Goodlatte and I are strong allies on this, even while we're adversaries on the dairy amendment. I'm a strong supporter of the dairy provisions in the bill as is and was a co-sponsor of that.
50% is pretty good in this business.
That's right. That's right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But the RFS it's really hurting our farmers. Dairy farmers, one of the biggest costs they have is the cost of grain. And there's been this explosion in price significantly as a result of the the ethanol mandate that is diverting so much of corn production into ethanol production. And there's a significant amount of documentation that even from the perspective of the environmental goals that were laudable, it's not working. But it certainly is having the immediate consequence of making life on the farm very tough. And Mr. Goodlatte mentioned that most of the farmers, dairy farmers, they're 200 cows and less in their herd size. These are folks who are milking their own cows. And the only equity they have is in their land. And they're being forced to mortgage that higher and higher, and many of them are ultimately going under. And if, in fact, they have to continue competing with the ethanol market in order to buy the feed that they need for their cattle, it's just going to drive them out of business. And there's other evidence as well that the ethanol, especially if you increase the amount that has to be used in each gallon of gas, that it's having a very bad, it's wrecking our small engines. Our two-cycle engines are really getting hammered. My chainsaw got wrecked with ethanol, and I hear that from my farmers and folks who have lawnmowers and small boats as well. So I think it's time for Congress to step back and ask the question as to whether or not this well-intentioned ethanol mandate actually makes sense. Does it work? My conclusion is it doesn't. Mr. Goodlatte has been an absolute tremendous leader on this issue, and I hope that the committee will make in order this amendment so we have an opportunity to let the Agriculture Department provide relevant information to the environmental agent, the EPA, when it's determining the decision on what that standard should be. Thank you very much.
I thank the gentleman very much and appreciate you coming up with your former colleagues. I know you barely recognize us anymore. I know you're having way too much fun out there, Peter. You need to come suffer with us occasionally, but we're delighted that you're here.
Well, I appreciate it.
Today.
Yeah.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, is recognized.
Chairman, thank you, and thanks to all the members of the Rules Committee. Appreciate your service and for allowing me to testify today. I have two amendments, number 140 and number 142. Now, I've submitted these two amendments that I wish to be made in order during consideration of the House Agriculture Committee's Farm Bill, and both deal with Chesapeake Bay. Now, for several years now, the EPA has been in the process of mandating a total maximum daily load plan, or TMDL, on the 6 bay states in the District of Columbia. The TMDL is often described as a pollution diet because it mandates water quality standards and nutrient discharges into the watershed. In the case of the Chesapeake, it is targeting phosphorus, nitrogen, and sediment. Now, as chairman of the House Agriculture, Conservation, Energy, and Forestry Subcommittee, we've heard over the past 3 years firsthand from numerous stakeholders on the TMDL and what challenges this regulation creates for them. This includes farmers, ranchers, agricultural organizations, municipalities, and numerous state officials from all over the watershed. As a result of these hearings and my own personal research, I continue to have major concerns with TMDL as it is being implemented. My home state of Pennsylvania estimates that the cost of TMDL on Pennsylvania alone will exceed $8 billion. Now, this is money Pennsylvania and our farmers don't have and would be demanded at a time when we're making great strides in how clean the bay is. Secondly, I remain troubled by the science and the modeling. Prepared by Limnotech, an independent report was released which compared the EPA's modeling and that of NRCS's. This report found, quote, substantial differences between the models and advised that EPA work with USDA to reconcile the estimates and the differences. At the subcommittee, we've heard from many witnesses who have echoed this concern, and I couldn't agree more. My first amendment, number 140, is simple. It would require the EPA to utilize NRCS's data with regards to ongoing modeling and consult with the agency as they continue to monitor water quality in the watershed. The second amendment, number 142, has the same intention, but would instead require NRCS to provide data on water quality to the EPA while consulting with the agency on their ongoing modeling. The purpose of both these amendments is to get EPA to work with NRCS and utilize the best science available. And I appreciate your time today and respectfully request your support.
Appreciate the gentleman's testimony and his representation, not just of his congressional district, but of the state and also for the clean watershed that goes into the Atlantic Ocean. And I know he cares very much about that with the balance that it takes. And so I appreciate you being here today. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Gentlemen, Mr. Gibbs from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm here to talk about, I believe it's amendment number 3.
Amendment number 3. Thank you, sir.
And it's in regard to target prices or else. Okay, amendment number 3, it's target prices are also referred to the bill as reference prices. Just a little bit of a history. I believe back in the 1995 Farm Bill, a direction was changed where we were saying to farmers that we're going to move market-oriented bills where the farmers would get their directions for making planning decisions and management decisions based on what the market was telling them. Prior to that, they were more making decisions based on what the farm program was. And my concern is where the target prices are set in the chairman's mark, it's reverting back to that because too many of the major program crops are set near or above the cost of production, and that's market distortion. A couple other things that's market distortion. In the chairman's mark, it moves us from base acres to planted acres, so it's the term they use is recoupling, and planted acres will grow significantly over base acres, especially if they got a basement floor price at cost of production or near cost of production. Also, there's concerns when you start putting a floor price in there that's around the cost of production. It becomes questionable about if it's WTO compliant, so that would put some issues there. I think the other irony of this is my amendment is strongly supported by the major commodity organizations. I'll just name a few of them: the American Soybean Association, the National Corn Growers Association, the National Sunflower Association, the U.S. Canola Association, and many of the state groups and some state farm bureaus. And, somebody might ask, well, why would they be supportive of lower target prices like my amendment does? Because they're trying to have the market make those determinations and not the government program. And so here you've got associations where the membership are the people, the farmers that benefit from the farm program are asking for this change, and not what the House passed out of committee. Also, CBO has scored my amendment as a $12 billion savings, that's with a B, over the chairman's mark. Now, the CBO has to do some scoring, analysis to get there. If prices stay high, where they've been last several years historically high, there's no cost. But if prices drop down to the target price levels or below, and the farther below they go, the higher cost is the taxpayers. And being a farmer myself, we should be aware of the fact that there's a lot of volatility in commodity prices. And, for example, if we have a record corn crop this year and another one next year, I can almost, I would speculate that we will be down below the target price level set in the chairman's mark, and the taxpayers will be paying for it. Incidentally, I've done a little work in my own operation, and also speaking to grain economists. Basically, if a corn farmer, for example, has 170 bushel corn yield, which is pretty much the national average now, the target price set in the chairman's mark is break even after paying at least $120 an acre cash rent and figuring some profit in each operation for harvesting and planting. And so you can see if prices drop because of increased production, we'll kind of be stuck in that rut at those basement levels, and then that also is a concern with the WTO, as I said. So I would ask support of this amendment. I just can't believe that you can have this much support in the industry and not put this amendment on the floor and do, as the Speaker says, the will of the House. Also, there's some other groups that are supportive. They don't endorse some of the other conservative groups and some of the environmental groups. The environmental groups are concerned is because when you have this change from base acres to planted acres, and you have a guaranteed floor, a price that's around the cost of production, and in a couple instances higher than the cost of production, it's going to encourage more land put into production, some of our fragile lands, our grasslands. So that's why some of the environmental groups are concerned. So I think we should stick with the policy that Congress started in 1995 that moves us to the market-oriented approach, and lets farmers farm based on the market. Be happy to answer any questions.
Appreciate the testimony from the gentleman. I want to say that I have been engaged in at least the Goodlatte amendment and have looked at it. I believe I've answered all the questions I have myself, and I'm delighted that you are all here. The gentleman from Florida is recognized, Mr. Nugent. Gentleman, Mr. McGovern.
I want to thank you for being here. I agree with some of what you said and disagree with other of what you said. So anyway, I hope your amendments are made in order, and no, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Webster. Judge Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, I'm late to the dance, so I have no questions. I thank all of our presenters, but I have a question of you. Is there any way to turn the temperature down in this joint?
The gentleman's hot.
No, I'm cold up.
Turn the temperature up.
Do we control it at all? I don't know, but it's cold as hell in here.
You know, we're not federal judges. We're not federal judges, but we'll do our best.
We couldn't control it when we were in the federal judiciary. We had to go through Atlanta, and very occasionally you didn't have to send a memorandum to Colorado before you could change it. Seriously, the temperature in Miami was controlled in Atlanta.
Colorado, did you say?
Yeah.
We're glad that we control everybody's climate.
In fact, I will, and there are people watching, listening right now who probably a few more people than what we knew are probably watching and listening, but the staff will attempt to make that adjustment. And
All comes down to
it's some sort of a balance as between the number of times the door opens and the number of people in here. I appreciate it, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, Dr. Burgess. Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I miss you, Mr. Webster? I think I got you. That look on your face, I could not tell whether I had. This turning 40 is rough stuff. Gentleman is recognized.
I just want to applaud Representative Goodlatte's leadership on the Goodlatte-Scott amendment, which I am proud to join as a co-sponsor. It's a bipartisan compromise approach to dairy reform that provides a safety net for producers. It also protects consumers and small businesses. We've heard from several employers and businesses in my district, and this would benefit them and allow them to hire more people. And I know we're all concerned about jobs, and this amendment supports a free market and industrial growth and middle ground on dairy policy, which I'm proud to join him in co-sponsoring, and I hope that the committee will make it in order, and I'll yield back.
Thank you very much. I consider this first panel exceptional. You've set the mark for trying to make sure we understand what you were talking about and give us a chance to understand when we go to make these amendments in order and to look at them. I want to thank each of you for being here. Did anybody have anything that they would wish to enter into the record? Seeing none, I appreciate the gentleman being here. You're now excused, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next panel will include several of our senior members, very distinguished members who we welcome to the Rules Committee. The gentleman, Mr. Rangel, would please come forth. The gentlewoman, Mrs. DeLauro, I would like to ask her to be a part of this. The gentleman, Mr. Marino, and the gentleman, Mr. Denham, would be a part of the second panel. And I want to thank you for being here. I think each and every one of you were here earlier when we thanked you for taking your time to come to this committee. We are very impressed with your desire to not just come speak with us, but to express the confidence that you will on the amendment and the processes that you've got. We'd like to ask that when you do give your testimony, that you reference the amendment that you would be speaking on behalf of. Without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered into the record. And Chairman Rangel, we're delighted you're here, and I would like to yield to you first, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That
I don't remember.
green dot should be on that. If it's on, I can't tell from. Thank you.
I don't remember Democratic Chairman being as nice and cordial as you've been. Take note on that, Mr. McGovern. I have Amendment 221L to H.R. 1947. Basically, what this does...
Thank you very much,
right.
Chairman. Gentleman's recognized.
Right. Basically, this removes any restrictions on the ability of Cuba to buy U.S. products, especially agricultural products, by removing the cash-only provision. As you know, we've had this embargo for over 50 years. The main objective of the embargo was to get rid of President Fidel or his brother, and they're still there, and we've had 11 presidents since that time. This is an agricultural bill. What a great opportunity to really allow U.S. farmers and the agriculture industry to have the opportunity to sell billions of dollars worth of food and meats and products to this government. The only reason that had been left has been the Brayton bill, and they were looking for democracy before we would recognize them. But in view of the expanded relationship we have with China and dealing with over 1 billion communists, I'm certain that the Cubans will not be a threat to our national security. This is one great time during the time that our economy is improving to give it that shot in the arm that it needs, especially to our farmers who have been the backbone of the U.S. economy for decades. And I hope that this committee would make this historic step and consider including this in the agricultural bill, not just for the farmers, but for America and for the strengthening of our economy. And I yield back whatever time I may have. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your courteous acceptance of our amendment.
Mr. Rangel. Yes, sir. Mr. Rangel, thank you very much. As a matter of fact, This committee has seen you a number of times before the committee. Your advice and consent on ideas that you have, I know, are not only well thought out, but in fact are things we need to consider and need to keep at the forefront of our minds. The opportunity to use food that we have in this country as a peace offering, a consideration, is, I know, at the tempest of what you're speaking about, and I appreciate you being here today.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Chairman.
much. I'm going to ask that you please stay and make yourself available if you can until, as we go through the panel, to give everybody a chance.
I'll be more than pleased to, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, and thank you very much. The gentlewoman, Mrs. DeLauro, is welcome also to the committee and recognized at this time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you yourself and the committee members. I want to testify in support of several amendments offered to the Farm Bill. Over the past 30 years of policies that are aimed at debt and deficit reduction, the key programs that help the most vulnerable among us to get by have always been protected. But by slashing food stamps by more than $20.5 billion, this current Farm Bill destroys that long-standing bipartisan tradition. The most recent iteration of that tradition was the Simpson-Bowles effort. That the bipartisan tradition is being destroyed. It threatens the health and well-being of millions of Americans, including low-income children and seniors. Food stamps are proven to improve low-income children's health and development. The program has one of the lowest error rates of any federal program. It's 3.
Would the gentlewoman suspend for a moment,
Sure.
please?
Sure.
I am sorry, I did not.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Which amendment?
It's
Was this
number
146?
You have it. That's absolutely right.
Thank you very
That's
much.
true.
For the committee's
I'm
use,
sorry.
we're now looking at Amendment 146. The gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you so much. The program has one of the lowest error rates of any federal program. It's about 3.8%. I think we'd be hard-pressed to look at a whole variety of other programs and see that they have that same low error rate. Slashing them, as this bill currently does, is counterproductive. There's new research that's out that shows that the SNAP program is the most effective program pushing against the steep rise in extreme poverty. The amendment put forward by my colleague, Mr. McGovern, amendment number 146, will replace these deep cuts to our nation's most important anti-hunger program and contribute more than $10 billion to deficit reduction. I also want to testify in support of bipartisan amendments 65, 51, 145, and 149, and they are all bipartisan. Specifically, amendment number 65, which is been introduced by myself, Mr. Petri, and Mr. Kind, and that would improve crop insurance and contribute over $5 billion in deficit reduction by limiting the taxpayer-subsidized profits of companies that sell crop insurance. These reforms would not harm the ability of companies to sell these policies in any way. They would just ensure that taxpayers do not continue to excessively subsidize these administrative and operating expenses and high corporate profits. Our bipartisan amendment enjoys broad support from a number of groups across the political spectrum, including Americans for Tax Reform, R Street Institute, Taxpayers for Common Sense, U.S. PIRG, the Environmental Working Group, and there are many others. It's a common sense fix to ensure that our crop insurance programs are working for farmers. I also support the Petri-DeLauro kind amendment, which contributes $4.2 billion to deficit reduction by capping the amount of crop insurance premium support that individual producers receive. According to data from the GAO, this cap would have affected just under 4% of farmers in 2011. Right now, crop insurance is the only farm income support program subsidized by the taxpayers and not subject to any payment limitation. Our amendment would simply put it in line with other federal farm programs. And lastly, I support amendment number 145 offered by Congresswoman Spear, myself, and others. This amendment would shine long overdue sunlight on the crop insurance program. I urge the Rules Committee to allow the House to vote on these amendments, which would vastly improve the legislation before us and help to make this a better bill for our farmers and for our families. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlewoman. I also note that I do know that a good number of amendments that we're in reference to today have other co-sponsors. And I saw the gentleman, Mr. Kind, come in and leave. I don't know whether that was an indication that he felt like you were carrying the ball very successfully, which I believe is true, or whether he would be back. But if you'll please make sure that the gentleman, who's a very dear friend of mine, Mr. Kind, understands that
Certainly.
you had an opportunity and that I recognized his participation and co-sponsoring with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The gentleman, Mr. Moreno, is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to refer to Amendment Number 168 to the Farm Bill. It's referred to as the SNAP Transparency Act.
Thank you. Gentleman is recognized.
Okay. Chairman, in 2012, this country, taxpayers' money spent $80 billion on food stamps or the SNAP program. It's projected that in 2013, we will spend $82.5 billion on the SNAP program. And I want to make it perfectly clear that I'm not here arguing whether it should be, the SNAP program should be cut or not. Constituents in my district who work in food stores have brought to my attention numerous times about what they are seeing as the waste, fraud, and abuse concerning food stamps or the SNAP program. I understand that some big businesses oppose this legislation. I've been working closely with the Leader's Office and Legislative Office, and instead of my amendment implementing a national legislation, we've agreed to, GAO has agreed to help implement a pilot study in 9 states to see how and on what food stamp money is being spent. We don't know. There's no oversight on this. There's no transparency on this. We have no evidence, no empirical evidence to show who's using the SNAP card and what is being done with the SNAP card. And it's not new legislation. It's not a new mandate. Title VII U.S.C. 2020 requires stores to keep data on the SNAP sales, and it's simply not being done. And what I'm asking is that there be a study to see if we can at least curtail the waste, fraud, and abuse, and how we go about it. It's collecting data. I know that in my experience as a prosecutor and what individuals working in grocery stores have been telling me that, and I just recently my staff just got off the internet and saw that food stamps were for sale on Craigslist on the internet, that recipients were out purchasing cases of bottled water, cases and cases of bottled water, taking the water outside, dumping it out, and then taking the plastic bottle back in to get the refund on the plastic bottle. There are indications that store owners are reporting excess sales in areas such as milk and bread, but yet selling other items in lieu of that to cover up and to make sales on possibly things that should not be purchased with the SNAP card. And again, the waste, fraud, and abuse, I think that's something we always can look at. Store owners are giving lesser amounts of indications that store owners are giving lesser amounts of cash to the recipient, in turn for the store owner having the full amount of cash at his disposal. In fact, a card, if I get $100 a month, I'll give, as a store owner, could be giving a recipient $25 a month, and I profit another $75 off that SNAP card. And as I'm saying, we need food stamps. We need the SNAP program in this country. There are people out there who legitimately need this help. But I think that at this point, a study has to be done so we know what is being done with $80 billion, or what has been done with $80 billion in 2012, and what's probably going to be done with $82.5 billion in 2013. So with that, I yield back my time, and we'll be glad to answer any questions.
Appreciate the gentleman's testimony. Gentleman from California, Mr. Denham's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to comment on my amendment number 166. This amendment simply removes Section 12314 of the Farm Bill and replaces it with the Egg Products Inspection Act Amendment, H.R. 1731, which is a Denham-Schrader amendment. The size of the egg industry in the United States, there are 280 million laying hens producing 80 billion eggs a year. One of the least expensive forms of healthy animal protein for consumers, the egg industry provides over 120,000 jobs, $6 billion in wages, $25 billion in economic activity, and $2 billion in government revenue. This amendment would standardize cage sizing across the United States for the laying hen industry and phase them in over the next 15 to 16 years, which is about the length of time of the usefulness of these cages. The legislation is supported by United Egg Producers, which represents 90% of the egg production in the country, and the state associations, the Iowa Poultry Association, Ohio Egg Processors Association, Indiana Poultry Association, as well as the California Farm Bureau. It's important to note that there's many different conflicting laws on housing of egg-laying hens, which this will replace and replace it with a uniform national standard, providing the egg industry with much-needed regulatory relief, allowing them to actually make the investments that they need to stay in business. Right now, if they go to a bank to improve their cages or buy new cages or expand their business, there's so much uncertainty out there that they can't get the liquidity that they need to plan their business or grow their business. This allows that national standard. This is an industry solution. It deals only with egg-laying hens and has no impact on other animal agriculture, as this legislation explicitly notes. I would request a favorable opinion from the Rules Committee and would like to give Mr. Schrader an opportunity to talk about the amendment as well.
So, Mr. Schrader, you would be a co-sponsor of this amendment with the gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just add my voice to my friend and colleague, Mr. Denham, on getting the opportunity to at least have a vote on this bill. As he pointed out, the egg industry, over 90% of the egg industry, is strongly in support of this bill. Their livelihood is at stake. Producers I know in my state and Congressman Denham's state and many states across the country, Pennsylvania, you pick another part of the world here, their ability to compete and produce American food production activity like this is at stake. Without this opportunity, these people will go bankrupt. If we're talking about creating jobs, creating a favorable environment for American agriculture, I think this is it. The egg industry is seeing perhaps at the tip of the spear that American consumers are demanding a different way of their product being delivered to them at market. The egg industry has come behind this. This is an industry-driven process. At the end of the day, I think the request is fairly straightforward, fairly minimal. We've been working on this for almost 3 years. Just give us a vote at the very least. Let the chips fall where they may, but let's at least give these hardworking American farmers a vote. And I yield back. Thanks, sir.
I appreciate each of you being here today, and I'd like to, if I can, ask a question of Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, you had indicated that, without quoting you, by and large, that the oversight really is not available.
Correct.
That would allow, I guess, the Inspector General and others to more widely, and Congress, to more readily understand those things that are about this program. I don't know why, but that's shocking to me. I would have thought that good numbers of constant reports would be available. Not true.
Not true. We have no idea. This falls under agriculture, and the program, the statute that I quoted, is just not being implemented. And I'm not looking. I don't think we should be looking specifically and telling people within certain limits what to buy. I just want to know what the facts are, what the data is, and then draw a conclusion as to what, if anything, we should do about it and how we should go about it. You know, education may have a factor in it. Certainly, Some businesses, I stated, are very concerned because of what this may or may not do to sales. Again, I'm not here to draw any conclusion until we have the data in our hands.
And then be driven by that.
That's right. We're over $80 billion of taxpayer dollars are just not accounted for.
Appreciate the gentleman. Thank you very much. Gentleman, Mr. Nugent's recognized. Gentleman has no question. Gentleman, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me say to Mr. Rangel, I strongly support your amendment. I think our policy toward Cuba is a relic from the Cold War. We ought to be trading with them. I've always said that the two words in the English language that the hardliners in Cuba fear the most are spring break, and we ought to be able to. I think we have more influence when we trade and we visit, and so I hope your amendments made in order. Mr. Lauro, I support your amendments, and thank you for calling attention to the issue of crop insurance and the need for us to hold them accountable. Mr. Denham and Mr. Schrader, support your amendment. Hope it's made in order. Hope we have a vote on it. Mr. Marino, I would just point out that first of all, there is some oversight. The Inspector General has looked at the issue of fraud, waste, and abuse in the program. The General Accountability and SNAP, the General Accountability Office has done a study. It's got one of the lowest error rates of any program. I think it's less than 3% or less. 2% of that is improper payments. The USDA is prosecuting people who are doing exactly what you say is happening in your area. They're actually going after people, putting people in jail, and we do know a couple of things. We do know that people are limited to buy certain items with their food stamp card. I mean, they can't buy whatever they want. I mean, there is a list of things they can buy and a list of things they can't buy. So we know what's eligible and what's not. I mean, I guess I'd be curious to figure out how much this would cost. I guess the grocers would have to keep a list of all the products that were being purchased. I don't know how much.
Well, let me respond. First of all, the numbers that you were saying that this is a 3.5%. 3.8 efficiency. That's based on strictly the dollars that are being spent. It doesn't address how it's being spent and on what it's being spent. You can't sit there and tell me what it's being spent on.
Well, I mean, people are being prosecuted for misusing their food stamp. I think Mr. Lauro had
not nearly in the level that they should be. If you can go right to Craigslist and find people selling food stamps.
Those people should be prosecuted.
Well, they should be, but it's not happening.
Well, yes, some of them are. USDA can provide you that information.
And USDA does not supply me that information.
Well,
and number two, you brought up an issue about the fact of it's going to cost stores. It's not. It's found in 1999 that data can be linked directly from the register to the USDA through barcodes. Everything has a barcode on today, and it could be as high as 98% accuracy. So we're looking for an oversight as to how and on what and by individuals that should not have these food stamps, how it's being spent.
Yeah, I guess the illegal trafficking that you're talking about is not barcoded. I mean, the stuff that you were just citing in your testimony.
That's only one part of it.
Craigslist, that's not barcoded.
That is only one part of it.
Mr. Lauro?
Gentleman, just for a second, and having spent probably 15 years on the Agriculture Subcommittee of Appropriations, we've gone through a number of iterations here where the error rate was very high. There has been a very studied attempt to bring that down, and with underpayments and overpayments. And if you take a look at the Inspector General reports, every time they come, including this year coming before the committee, the IG for agriculture, they list out all of the, as I say, a lot of the stores are playing fast and loose with this and how they have brought people to penalties and collected data. I have to imagine somebody gets by or so forth, but there's been probably more in this program than in any other program has there been so much oversight in order to bring that error rate down. They moved to the electronic benefit cards and to do this electronically so that one could deal with it, with any fraud or abuse. And again, it is about overpayment or underpayment. The second point is that there is a list of what is eligible and what is not, what you can buy and what you can't buy. Some points have tried to add something here or there, and it's not happened. It's what, and so that there are. I would just say to you that if you have the opportunity, I'd be glad to get you the information that I have looked at over the years and currently about what is happening in terms of that oversight by the GAO and by the Ag IG.
And if I could just say one other thing, I mean, one of our jobs here in Congress is supposed to do some oversight too, and the Agriculture Committee ought to be doing some, I think, some oversight. I'm privileged to be on the committee, but you know how many hearings we've had on SNAP? Zero. So what you're talking about, I think would be a great topic for a hearing. I mean, I'm interested in making this program work better. I'm interested in getting at the fraud, waste, and abuse. But I mean, one of the things we're supposed to do around here is have hearings and deliberate. There were none. There were none. And there's a $20.5 billion cut in SNAP in the Farm Bill, but no hearings. None. So I appreciate what you're trying to do. I want to get rid of the fraud, waste, and abuse too, but we do have Inspector General reports, we do have GAO studies, we have all this kind of stuff. Whether barcode, and a lot of the fraud that you're talking about, you can't get through the barcodes. But there ought to be a hearing. There ought to be a hearing in the Agriculture Committee, at least the Subcommittee on Nutrition, on how we make this program better. And I'm all for it.
Can either of you tell me on what the food stamps are being spent? You can't.
Yeah, well, there is a
Now,
list of things.
the list is very simple. Don't make it sound like it's a 20-page list.
No,
you
it's very simple.
You can't buy alcohol.
Right.
You can't buy tobacco. You can't buy fast foods, but you can buy just about everything else. You can't buy cosmetics. So it's a very minimal list, and I'm not even advocating at this point that the list should be expanded. And as far as the numbers you're saying, we're talking about payouts. Yeah, they say, okay, we paid out X amount of dollars to across the country in food stamps, and the data shows that we're getting X amount of dollars back in product for it. But you don't know what product, you don't know about the fraud and abuse that is taking place there. So let's do some oversight.
But what would be the fraud and abuse if the people are buying what is on the list? And this is pegged.
If Jim will suspend.
Sure.
And I appreciate that.
And I think the vote is on.
We're not going to have witnesses interviewing witnesses at this committee today. And I appreciate that. We've got about a minute. I'm sorry, we've got about 140 people that have not voted. We're here for to try and finish this testimony. Gentlemen's.
I'll just close by simply saying that I would suggest that the first matter of business ought to be to do a hearing in either the subcommittee on nutrition or the agriculture committee. I think that's where we begin and have a more in-depth discussion about this. But I appreciate you being here, and I was with you on the animal fighting amendments.
And I appreciate that. And I do not object.
Happy to team up with you, Mr. Schrader was really eloquent on that too. So thank you.
And I do not object to hearings on this. It's just the fact that I hope the committee favorably puts this on the floor, and we need an account.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I want to thank the committee thus far. I will tell you, it's hard to always plan ahead of time votes and what we're doing. I'd like to ask that this panel, at the end of the last vote, please come back. We've not had an opportunity to extend the opportunity for questions for the rest of the committee. So we will be in recess, and I'm asking this panel to please come back at the end of the last vote. Thank you very much. We'll be in recess. Way too much fun.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We walk and talk?
Wow.
slides so different?
Yeah, that's right.
We'll go out here. I'll just say goodbye. Good to see you, boss. Take it easy.
Really, we don't go that much. We just went for a retreat back in February. Whenever I go to cinema, I would go back and Nick Katrova, who met works in the Ocala office now, but he used to be in Brooksville. We're kind of friends. I'm sure you would talk to him. Justin is very good man. You know Justin. Okay. I would love to see it. I never like stood in one. Oh man, that. I'll tweet that. So you have two pedals, multi-directional. I think that's like the most impressive. You guys like laugh at them. They have like one. What? Yeah, well, I like both of them. So like, different things. Even some of them are. You're definitely more involved with the machine. You have the drop down screen in your helmet. No, is that, who has that? Yeah. Well, some of the screens have okay. And the only thing is, it's a red patch you guys had. Some of the newer ones are doing what we call they just attach it to the side. We got a knife. Okay. So we put it on there, everything's symbolic, put right up against the arms. When they come out with Dave, I don't think it's red. Just go through it, you see all the data. Really? Makes sense. It's not too distracting. I guess it helps. Well, the key to is the focus or actually focus outside or just this image that you're kind of looking at. Because some guys have tendencies to focus right on there and really tired of the eye because you're actually looking this way. So if you focus right, so get the right places on that. And you just kind of look at that's awesome. There's a guy, one of my parents' neighbors, he was Martin, and he's an engineer for the office place. He tells me all about his, super computer pretty amazing. Yeah, it's just yeah, tech, I guess. It's really not. It's true. Yeah, I feel like I really. It's true. I was Friday. Like that's my two. You get a huge project system, data collection system.
committee will be in order, and thank you very much for waiting. I was anticipatory of one more member off of this panel, and I wanted to make sure that we allowed him the courtesy of time. So if he does appear, we would certainly recognize that, and thank you very much. I believe that we were through Judge Hastings. Is that correct, sir? Gentleman has no question. Gentleman, Mr. Nugent. Gentleman, Mr. Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question of Mr. Denham on his amendment. Sorry I'm talking to your back, but it's just the way it is. It's a trick. Your amendment deals with eggs, and you specifically said that's all it deals with. The section that you're replacing, this is not an add-on, I think it's a replacement for a section. Does it deal with more than just eggs, or is it egg-specific also?
No, the amendment that this would be replacing is the King Amendment. The King Amendment deals with interstate commerce across the United States, so it would deal with over 150 different state laws, including horse slaughter, shark fin, foie gras, you name it. States have banned different interstate commerce issues between the states, and I view that as a clear violation of the 10th Amendment.
So you would repeal all of those and then add one more, and add another ban? Is that what this yours does?
No.
Okay.
This is one amendment that was added in Ag Committee. This would strike that amendment and replace it with a uniform policy that the egg industry has agreed to on a standardization of cages with a 16-year implementation. It just uniformly makes one set of regulations for the entire industry, which they've agreed to.
That's my only question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Chairwoman Roz Layton.
Oh, thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, thank you. And I wanted to address the Rangel amendment. When I came in, and I apologize for being late, our subcommittee was meeting, but a member had talked about our U.S. policy being a relic of the Cold War, as if the fight against communism is over and, and nothing to see here, move along. Well, try saying that to the 11 million enslaved people of Cuba who yearn for freedom and democracy under a one-party rule. And as we speak, Mr. Chairman, there are several people on a hunger strike right now in Cuba who are protesting the lack of freedom and the lack of democracy. We don't read about it because if you're a press outlet who is fortunate enough to be rewarded by the Castro regime to have an office in Havana, you don't report these kinds of stories. You report the cute, antiquated 50 Chevys and the cute, dilapidated buildings and what a wonderful architectural wonder that is. But you don't talk about the hunger strike, and you don't talk about Alan Gross, a U.S. citizen who is unjustly imprisoned in Cuba, serving years of sentence for really no crime. And but the Rangel Amendment really talks about protecting deadbeat dictators, because there is not a country with which Castro does business that Castro doesn't owe them millions, not millions, billions of dollars. So the bill before us protects American taxpayers, and what the Rangel Amendment would do is, in the guise of helping farmers, would throw that responsibility and those debts to the American taxpayers. Let me read you just a list, a short list. I won't read it all. All of the countries that owe Cuba money. They all trade with Cuba, and this is how much they owe. Russia, and I'll round out these figures, $28.1 billion. Venezuela, $15.6 billion. China, $9.1 billion. Japan, $3.4 billion. Spain, $3.3 billion. Argentina, $2.4 billion. I mean, it's just, they're incredible, incredible numbers. And what the Rangel Amendment does is that it lifts the cash in advance. So that means that we do business with Castro, then Castro doesn't pay his bills. And who's footing the bill? American taxpayers. So the Rangel Amendment undoes a very important protection for American taxpayers, and I think that it would be not wise for us and not fiscally sound. And the Cuba's last reported its foreign debt by its own figures, the figures they put out in year 2009, as $20 billion. But this official number doesn't even include much of its debt. For example, none of these countries and the debt that they say that they owe Cuba are listed as part of Castro's debt. So Cuba doesn't, even if they were to attempt to pay back their debts, it's with the overwhelming amount being forgiven, Mr. Rangel, by the countries involved. For example, last year, Castro settled a dispute with a Japanese commercial creditor dating back to the 1980s. And under the agreement, only 80% of the 130 billion yen debt, which is $1.4 billion, was forgiven, with the remainder to be paid over 20 years. Oh gosh, we certainly hope that regime will not last 20 more years. But the problem of Cuba's debt is so pervasive that a group of creditor countries have joined together to form the Paris Club in hopes that a concerted effort by everybody involved might get the Castro brothers to pay the money back. And that's Australia, Austria, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Finland. It's a whole host of countries. And collectively, the Cuban regime owes the Paris Club countries over $30 billion. And this amendment would provide a lifeline to the communist dictatorship. It harms U.S. national security interests. Cuba remains one of the countries listed as a state sponsor of terrorism. It shot down 2 civilian aircraft, as we know, in international airspace, which resulted in the murder of 3 American citizens and 1 U.S. resident. And they have a very sophisticated espionage network working against the United States, and they're currently just listed 70 fugitives of American justice who are in Cuba, and including cop killers galore. But the main part about the Rangel Amendment is the problem of the debt and wanting the U.S. to belong to this list of countries who continue to do business with Cuba and then leave the taxpayers hanging. Because what the Rangel Amendment does is it eliminates the payment in advance part. And payment in advance allows the American taxpayers to not have to pay out of their wallets the share of the burden that we would have because Castro does not pay his bills. They're deadbeat dictators, and everybody knows it. So I believe that this would make poor fiscal sense, and I would hope that our committee rejects it, based on many reasons. But fiscally, it does not make sense. It would put the American taxpayers on the hook for paying all of the debts that Castro will not pay. Why would he pay the U.S. when he doesn't pay anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman yields back her time. I appreciate the
Yes, I do.
comments.
Thank you.
Mr. Polis, you're recognized.
No additional comments. Yield back.
No comments. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to address the Denham-Schrader amendment for just a moment. The word Denham and Schrader were not known in the great state of Georgia until just recently, and now it's well known that teamwork. And candidly, we've enjoyed talking about it because it brings up some pretty high level. What does it mean in our federalist system of government? Where are we going to pass these laws? How are we going to use our interstate commerce power? Allowing a national standard to be adopted, I certainly understand how the Humane Society and our friends, the egg producers, and others have all come together around the solution that you all are providing, and I hope we'll get a chance to discuss it. What about the flip side of that? Here we have California and Oregon and other states deciding what kind of produce can and can't be sold within their states. Fair enough. if you want to decide how produce is raised within your state. But do you believe in the spirit of exercising our interstate commerce power that as states are deciding whether or not goods produced outside of their state can be imported into their state, do you think we're going to have if your amendment does not pass, we're going to have an obligation to step in and speak up for the other 49 states when California, for example, Mr. Denham says you can't come in?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, respond. I understand the concern, and we are, trying to weigh the pluses and minuses where the states' rights begin and end. You can flip it, as you pointed out, Mr. Woodall, back and forth. I would hope, as we all know, with beer and wine, for instance, states currently are allowed to promulgate whatever regulations they want to protect potentially their fledgling industries, but they have to apply it equally across the country, both to their growers as well as to producers around the country. And so it's not like this is a new concept altogether. I understand the question for the committee. I hope it's for the floor, frankly, is to decide that line. That's where this committee could be very beneficial in allowing folks to, at this point in our country's history, to decide about our opportunity for states to do states' rights legislation on their behalf. We're at a point now where, unfortunately, American agriculture, I think, is under siege. I'm a veterinarian, and our group is in favor of this particular piece of legislation, at least to get it to the floor to have a vote, trying to find a way where we can start to appeal in agriculture to the American consumer. The American consumer is moving ahead with how they're looking at how their food and fiber is produced, and I think it's really important for American agriculture to keep up with that. And this bill is brought to us by the industry that is facing those pressures. Whether you're in Georgia, Oregon, or we've got folks around the country supporting this bill. If you look at the co-sponsor list, it's a very portion of this country. And I think the trick is to find an opportunity where we can keep these things going. Representative Dunham talked a moment ago about all these industries whose laws would be invalidated, all these natural resource industries, if the King Amendment is allowed to remain in this legislation. I don't think that's where this committee, and I don't think that's where the House would like things to go. But I'd like to see the opportunity to find out at the end of the day. But I appreciate your concern.
This is really an unusual circumstance. I can't think about the last time the Humane Society and the ag industry came together on a unified position. It's a fascinating place that we are today. I'm not a farmer. I'm a lawyer. I know the Denham family has been farming for decade upon decade. What do you think the future is, Mr. Denham? Is this an isolated circumstance, really one of those once-in-a-generation things where multiple sides come together in a place, and so we're going to put the federal stamp of approval on a national ag standard, or do you see a pathway forward where this is a beginning or maybe even a medium place, but we're going to continue to see more and more national regulation coming in to sort out the conflict when states have 50 different ag regulations on their own?
Well, I think two separate issues here. First of all, striking the issue of interstate commerce. I mean, states are passing laws. States in the Midwest might not be opposed to shark fin, but those coastal states or Hawaii, it becomes a big issue. Certainly, some states that have different vaccination laws or quarantine laws with cattle or dairy cattle becomes an issue with interstate commerce. And certainly with the egg issue, the same thing. As far as the overall egg issue, I've asked an industry to come together. If you want a standardized cage size, then come together as an industry. Whether or not other industries do that, I think would remain to be seen. I think if you end up with a patchwork of different regulations, it becomes a challenge from a business perspective. Before a egg producer can go to the bank and say, I need to replace my cages, the bank's going to say, with what? What cages? What size? What do they look like? What's the payback on those cages? If you cannot define that for the bank, you're not going to be in business any longer. And so that's the predicament that we're in, not only for California, but across the nation when you've got different competing issues. So the industries come together, they've agreed on what the cage size is, and better than that, they also agreed that the lifespan of these cages is about a 15 to 16 year turnover. This gives them 15 to 16 years to transition out of there so that they can make sure that long-term investment that they currently have with the bank, as well as their future investment, is based on that policy of national consolidation.
Well, we always talk about folks working together trying to find a common solution again. Denham Schrader is now a term of art in the great state of Georgia, and we'll look forward to not just this vote, but whatever the next Denham Schrader amendment is that comes down the road. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I do not see any further questions that are emanating from our committee, and I want to thank each of you for taking time and for coming back. Mr. Chairman, I know we did ask you to come back, and in fact you did. And I appreciate your time here to be before the committee offering your expert testimony. At this time, you're excused. Thank you very much.
Good to see you, Mr. Chairman. You're looking dapper as ever. We matched today. We got the memo.
The opportunity from time to time, before I put the next panel in, I'd like to say that from time to time we have distinguished visitors who come by the Rules Committee, and we try and acknowledge that, and I'd like to yield, if I can, at this time to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Nugent, for
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. We have some good friends in the audience that are visiting from Spring Hill, Florida. And just a little background, Chris Tenero and his family, his wife BK and her two sons are here, but Chris is a Chief Warrant Officer 5 helicopter pilot in the Florida Army National Guard and has been for 28 years. He's been in the National Guard, multiple deployments to serve this country. So I just wanted to recognize Chris and BK and the two sons. And Chris, they have their older son who's enlisting in the Marine Corps in about a couple months, I guess. So I just want to thank you for being here and your service, Chris, to our country. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, he flies Blackhawks with my middle son, Kyle. So,
awesome.
Little point.
Sir, we spend what I think is a fair amount of time talking about not just the men and women who protect this great nation, but our duty back to you. And I want to thank you for being your beautiful family, bringing your beautiful family here today. And with great respect, we thank you very much. Yes, yes, sir. We're now going to go to panel number 3, and on cue, I noticed that they all jumped up here. That was a very good thing, and I'm delighted that they've done that. I noticed that I've got a good number of friends that are joined here. Gentlemen, if we could ask that you, at the time you speak about an amendment, that you let us know what that number is. Secondly, if you have anything in writing that you would wish to engage or enter to the record without objection, we'll accept that. Number 3, as you know, we're taking over 200 amendments. Brevity is important, and your time that you have taken to be here today, including sitting back and waiting and taking time to make sure this committee fully hears you, I would encourage you to take all the time that you need to make sure that you sustain that which you came up here for, because we're delighted that you're doing that. Lastly, as you speak, please do speak into the microphone with the green light on. And at this time, I'd like to recognize Chairman Petri. Gentleman's recognized.
My colleague from Wisconsin, if possible, Ron Kind, who is the author of the umbrella amendment. Mine is a sub-amendment to his, and if his is made in order and adopted, it would eliminate about 20 to 50 of the amendments.
That would be kind. I was afraid if I went to Mr. Kind first, they'd accuse me of, quarterbacks take care of each other. And he is a very dear friend of mine.
No one would ever accuse you of that, Mr. Chairman.
Notwithstanding, he's the good-looking quarterback on the Hill. So Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank the members of this committee for the opportunity for us all to come and testify and weigh in on this extremely important bill. You know, a 5-year farm bill is what we do in this place, and our farmers need that certainty. It's time. They need to know what to plan for, and it's terribly important. I mean, in Wisconsin, where Representative Petri and I are still our #1 industry, producing more jobs directly or indirectly than any other business or any other industry that we have. So the opportunity for members off the committee to be able to weigh in with a variety of amendments are going to be important, especially as this body is scrambling to come to 218 to get something passed. So I would just encourage the committee to move forward on as open rule, as an inclusive rule as possible, because I think the more amendments you decide to drop, the more votes are going to be dropped, too, on the House floor when it comes to debate. But I'm here asking the committee to consider to make an order, an amendment that Representative Petri and others are offering, amendment number 149. It's based on a bipartisan bill that we introduced earlier this year called the AFFIRM Act. It would tighten up the crop insurance program, make it more fiscally responsible for the taxpayers of our country, make it more market sensitive, make it so that there's still risk management, an important safety net for our farmers as more money is being shifted from the Title I to the crop insurance area. But we feel that what the committee has produced out is excessive, it's unnecessary, it will distort the market, it will in essence take risk out of farming because of the profit guarantees that will be built into it. So what our amendment calls for is limiting, first of all, the amount, total payments of taxpayer-supported premium subsidies to just $50,000 a year. Right now there is no limit. That means there are many farming entities that are receiving over $1 million of taxpayer premium subsidies under the current crop insurance program. We don't think it's necessary. It's certainly not economically justifiable, nor is it, I think, responsible for the taxpayer ultimately. So we'd put a hard $50,000 cap per farming entity, consistent with what the Senate is trying to accomplish themselves. It would also have an AGI cap, an adjusted gross income cap of $250,000. We feel that if a farm entity is making $250,000 of profit in a given year, that they shouldn't be receiving more taxpayer subsidies or assistance in doing that. It would also lower the profit guarantee to the private crop insurance companies that are in the business of offering this. Right now, as the current law is written, it would guarantee a 14% private profit margin. We don't do that for any other business in the entire country. And yet all we're asking with our amendment is to bring it down to 12% instead of 14%. And we feel that these crop insurance companies would be able to make do even with, we feel, that very generous 12% profit margin. And most of these insurance companies, by the way, are foreign-owned. They're not even domestic companies. We'd also promote the efficiency in these insurance companies by taking away the 100% guarantee that we currently offer them on their administration and operating costs. Again, we don't do this for any other business in the country. What we're proposing in our amendment is to limit total payments to $900 million a year to the insurance companies for their E&O expenses. We feel that they could still do good business, they could still be in there offering these policies with that limit. We'd also prohibit right now the insurance company's ability to pass on the riskiest policies to the American taxpayer. That's current policy. Again, we don't feel that that's necessary given the huge profits that the insurance companies are paying, and they need to have some skin in the game as well. And then finally, it promotes transparency. So the American taxpayer can follow the dollars, and we know where that money is flowing to and who are the recipients of these crop insurance taxpayer premiums. All total, this would save roughly $11 billion over a 10-year farm bill period. So not chump change, but we think economically and fiscally justifiable. And I know Representative Petri will probably want to make a couple of comments as well. But while I've got the mic, Mr. Chairman, there are two other amendments that I'm proposing myself. One is amendment number 148. What this would do is end the $150 million a year taxpayer subsidy that is now going to subsidize Brazil cotton farmers. If the average taxpayer knew that this is going on in our country under our farm bill, they'd be screaming bloody murder. And yet this is because of our inability or unwillingness to reform our own domestic cotton program that we got into WTO problems with Brazil. They successfully challenged us and won. And now to prevent them from leveling economic sanctions on us, we're bribing them to the tune of $150 million a year while they sit back and wait for cotton reform to take place under this farm bill. This amendment, 148, is based on legislation that I offered, again, bipartisan legislation earlier this year that would reform the cotton program and end the $150 million worth of payments that are going to Brazil today. And then finally, amendment number 3. And this is one I'm offering with Bob Gibbs from Ohio, again, a bipartisan amendment. It's about the price loss coverage. Under the current bill reported out of committee, there are historically high target prices that are being established for commodities. That I feel is unjustifiable, and others backing this amendment too. And again, it's going to take all risk out of farming. It'll guarantee an 8% profit, no matter where you plant, what you plant, and how much you plant. And again, we've never done this before, which means just a slight dip in those prices will mean a huge outflow of government subsidies going to support these historically high commodity prices. So instead of going with these artificially established high target prices, what we're calling for is a 5-year rolling base acreage coverage for the price, which would be more reflective than, I think, of market conditions over 5 years, rather than just a hard number every year, which I think and I fear is going to be incredibly expensive with even a slight dip in current market prices, which are at record levels. This amendment would save over $12 billion over 10 years, too, while still maintaining help and assistance and these risk management tools that we feel are necessary, but nevertheless, I think in a more fiscally responsible manner. So those are the 3 amendments, Mr. Chairman, that I wanted to bring to the committee's attention. Hopefully the committee will bring them in order. They're all bipartisan. I think they're all fiscally responsible. They all maintain risk management tools that our farmers do need under this bill, and hopefully they'll be made in order. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And evidently, Chairman Petri was a part of this discussion. The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a written statement I'll submit for the record, and to just summarize it, I'm hearing in support of Kind Amendment 149 and also my Amendment 51, which is is also in 149, but is only one part of it. It's my understanding that the only crop insurance is the only farm income support program that's not subject to some form of payment limitation or means testing to prevent waste and abuse. So what Amendment 51 does is place a $50,000 cap on the amount of crop insurance premium, not on the amount of you can receive, but on the amount of that the federal government would subsidize your insurance premium by. The cap doesn't prohibit farmers from purchasing additional crop insurance or eliminate all taxpayer support for purchase of crop insurance, but it would place a cap of $50,000. And it's a pretty simple thing, and it would certainly not affect the vast majority of people who participate in agricultural programs. The average premium is about $5,000. This puts a $50,000 cap on the federal subsidy.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that of this panel that would wish to be recognized as it relates to these Kind Petri amendments? Gentleman, Mr. Blumenauer is recognized for his own amendments then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try. I want to reiterate one point that my friend, Mr. Kind, made. What you are doing, I think, in framing the rule and what you allow to debate will have a huge impact on whether or not this Congress will pass a farm bill. And what you've just heard are examples of critical items that need to be fully debated, and they're not partisan. These are issues of fiscal impact that the extent to which you can help us have a full and honest debate on the floor, I think it's actually going to build momentum for a farm bill. And I, for one, hope we pass a bill, but it is one that's worthy of our support. We're looking at something that, based on historic trends, is likely to be the first $1 trillion farm bill. I'll be surprised if it doesn't go far beyond that in its current form. In that regard, I would offer a couple of amendments that deal with the conservation title. That amendments number 74 and 73, they're revenue neutral. They don't affect spending, but it does target the conservation elements. The EQIP program to enable in times of strict limits of tight budgets to make sure that it returns to the intent originally to be able to help more farmers and ranchers, disallowing spending for factory farms that would impose stricter payment limits to make sure we're not spending too much money on any one project, only one out of four of these applications are approved because the money gets chewed up. And this would make it harder for one or two huge projects to soak up the allocation. The Second Amendment would leverage the Conservation Reserve Program to make sure that we're producing long-term results by having 20% of the Conservation Reserve programs set aside for sub-programs, conservation enhancement, and continuous conservation reserves. These are programs that are managed at the state level and can be tailored to the needs locally, to the most environmentally sensitive land, and to re-enroll high-priority land. So the money helps more farmers and ranchers and has more impact on the environment. The Third Amendment, number 29, co-sponsoring with Mr. Shavitz, follows with what my two colleagues mentioned here in terms of the crop insurance title. Crop insurance under this amendment would be limited to people who have $750,000 adjusted gross income or less. The subsidy, only the subsidy. They can buy more if they want, but the taxpayer is not going to be on the dime for subsidizing for people that make more than $750,000, and it would be phased down. The subsidy would be phased down to where for $250,000 it would be operate as it is now. But between $250,000 and $750,000 it would be phased out, and that subsidy would eliminate at $750,000. The Fourth Amendment, Amendment number 75, follows up on something that Mr. Kine mentioned in terms of the $150 million a year we are paying to Brazilian cotton farmers because of what has been judged are inappropriate subsidization. We're phasing out direct payments in the bill, and I think that's good, except we've reinstituted direct payments for cotton. There's a cotton carve-out for the next 2 years. On top of the $150 million we're paying to Brazil for the privilege of the system that we have now. I'd respectfully request that we at least be able to vote on this extension of direct payments. The final one that I would mention just deals with the definition under the Farm Bill that disallows utilization of marijuana under the categorization of what of reduction from income. We have 1 million people in the United States that are legally using medical marijuana. 20 states and the District of Columbia, 2 more are going to be added. There are people who are doing this under doctor's advice, and I have frankly met with dozens of these people that actually use it as medicine, and it changes their life in terms of chronic nausea from chemotherapy, for muscular dystrophy. I think we ought to make a distinction for people who are actually using it under doctor's orders in a perfectly legal way. Minor amendment to some, but it makes a difference to some poor people who are severely disabled and rely upon it in 22 jurisdictions. Mr. Chairman, I have a more extensive statement that I'll submit for the record. I appreciate your courtesy and your consideration, and I hope you give us a farm bill that will have the spirited debate on how we can save money, focus the programs, and maybe even get a bill passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, I think all the members that have come forth today have offered their best ideas, and it gives us a better chance to understand the amendments. Much of what Mr. Kine has talked about, or perhaps you've spoken about, this committee does not necessarily, except for Mr. McGovern, have a complete understanding of all that, and it's really very helpful for us. The gentleman from Texas, Fighting Texas Aggie, Mr. Gomer, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May shock you, but I will be brief. Looking at amendment number 191, one of the things that we're criticized for Congress in is for not being straightforward enough, and that is also bringing about tremendous criticism of farmers. yeah, you have emails, tremendous amount of information going around the country saying if you divide the amount of money we spend in the farm bill by the number of farmers, it's outrageous, and it's engendered some hatred for farmers. And so, consistent with what we ought to be moving toward, we need to be about making sure the Federal Agricultural Reform and Risk Management Act is about agricultural reform and risk management. And this isn't because of Title IV about food stamps. And I'm certainly not proposing that we get rid of food stamps. I'm just saying that we ought to strike it, strike Title IV. Food stamps ought to be its own bill, and it ought not to be part of the Farm Bill. This is not money that goes to the farmers, and it's, as you know, about 80% of the Farm Bill is now food stamps. So that's Amendment 191, just strike Title V, so that we take up food stamps, supplemental food, nutrition in a separate bill and have debates on that. And then Amendment 190 is an amendment that simply, if we're going to have food stamps as part of the Farm Bill, then it changes the title that this, so that it will read, this act may be cited as the Federal Agricultural Reform and Risk Management and Food Stamp Act of 2013. Further offense saith not.
Thank you very much. Mr. Michaud?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My amendment is number 34. I'll be very brief. My amendment simply reauthorizes 3 regional economic development commission bills that were established in the 2008 Farm Bill. Economic distressed region can suffer unemployment and poverty at a rate of about 150% of the national average. The regional commissions are unique. It's a federal, state, local partnership that can provide effective resources to alleviate some of the persistent economic problems that certain regions are facing. Since it was established, the Northern Border Regional Commission has made several targeted economic development investments that actually leveraged other dollars but helped the regions out in those dollars. Reauthorizing these 3 commissions is critical in promoting economic growth in some of the poorest parts of the country. There is identical language already in the Senate bill, and I'd ask for this committee to support it as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I want to thank each of you for being here, and I have no questions. So, Ms. Fox recognized.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the very thoughtful amendments that have been offered here today, but I have no questions for you, but I thank you for the presentation.
Mr. McGovern.
All right, Mr. Gorbert, let me just ask you one question. Do you believe we should have a supplemental nutrition assistance program? Yes. And do you know that that's the name of the program? That's what the Bush administration renamed it. So just you may want to amend your amendments. Okay. Yeah. Well, okay. I have no question.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bishop, no questions. Judge Hastings.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenauer, when you spoke, and I'm not standing or sitting in disagreement with your amendment, I don't remember the number, I believe it was 4939 or something like that. But when you spoke about grading it down and then phasing it out, what's the period of time that you're talking about in the phase out?
It would go into effect when the bill is enacted, and the $750,000 for going forward after the effective date of the act, $750,000 and more, people would pay for their own crop insurance subsidy above that level, and between the 250 and 750, it would be prorated. But it would go in effect when the bill goes into effect.
Yeah, but goes into effect, but then phases out over what period of time?
The next phase of the crop insurance, the next policy that they would renew.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Nugent? No. Mr. Polos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kind, I wanted to go to your amendment and talk about crop insurance for a minute. How much has crop insurance increased over the last decade?
Well, under the current bill coming out of committee would be an additional $9 billion in spending. So it's a significant plus up because I think they're moving a lot of the Title I funds into the crop insurance title now.
And have there been some abuses of the program in the past as well?
Yeah, in fact, I think Chairman Lucas and Ranking Member Peterson were quite critical of the program, given the fraud and abuse. And what we found now is even when there's some inquiry letters coming from FSA offices in regards to crop insurance payments, once a farm entity receives that, their claims for crop insurance drops dramatically, which tells us that there's been a lot of manipulation within the system.
It seems like to me like this program, absent your amendment, which is why I'm a strong supporter, is very kind of un-American in that it guarantees certain producers a profit. I mean, we have weather-dependent businesses in my district, like restaurants that invest in rooftop terraces, and guess what? If there's too many rainy days in summer, they may lose money, and yet they're not given some sort of assurance that if they open up a rooftop terrace, they're guaranteed a profit. I just don't see any reason why the government would guarantee a particular kind of business person, and farmers are business people, and some years they do well, and some years they do poorly, and I think your amendment definitely helps find ways to reduce that risk. But to guarantee any business person a profit and take from every taxpayer to do that just doesn't make any sense to me. So I really appreciate you bringing this amendment forward.
Gentleman Whelan, just one last comment. The other danger we face with the overly generous, we feel, the crop insurance coverage that's being provided, it's going to incent farmers to plant in the most fallow land, highly erodible, highly sensitive, because it won't matter what they produce. Their entire loss will be covered with profit. And so that's going to lead, I think, to some very adverse conservation practices or lack of practices out there at a time when we're already facing market pressures because of high commodity prices, when there's been a lot of planting in highly sensitive areas to begin with. This crop insurance program, the way it's set up, is going to perpetuate that and make it much worse.
It sounds like the current way it's set up really undermines the free market and essentially creates all these perverse incentives like planting in the least fertile land and doing things that if farmers were business people like anybody else, they would never do because they're smart and they know how to manage their risk and make money. And your amendment is a major step towards correcting that. So I think it's a very important discussion to have, and it's one that, again, I think if members of Congress just take a step back and say, how is it American to go to certain businesses, I don't know, that we like or that are influential and say you're somehow guaranteed a profit no matter what you do, even if you plant your land where nothing grows, and your amendment helps correct that. So again, I think it's common sense. I have ski resorts in my district, and guess what? Some years it doesn't snow much, and they lose money. And you know what? They don't get any kind of government bailout for that. So, we have farmers in our district too, and some participate and some don't. But again, they're savvy business people. They need to be. Some years, like look at where wheat prices have been the last few years. Wheat farmers have done very well. And there are lean years as well, just like there is in any business. So I strongly appreciate you bringing forward your amendment, and I strongly support it. I hope the committee chooses to make it in order, and I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman yields back. Mr. Webster.
I had a question about the different amendments. Seems like there's several. Mr. Kind and Mr. Blumenauer's amendment are similar about the crop insurance. Is the cap in those based on the gross income or the actual net profit?
It's an adjusted gross income, so they back out all their expenses, all their operating expenses first. And so under Amendment 148 that we are offering here today, we put a $250,000 AGI limit on the ability to receive these taxpayer subsidies. So that's $250,000 worth of profit that entity is receiving before we say, you really ought not be receiving more taxpayer assistance at that point.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the entire panel. You taking time to be here today. I know several of you had to sit for a few minutes. Mr. Kind, I apologize for that. I know you were here early and on time. Mr. Blumenauer. Sir?
We love hanging out with you.
Yeah, just a whole lot of fun, aren't we? This panel is excused, and I want to thank you very much for the opportunity for you to engage. This next panel is now prepared, and I would like to call up, if I can, the Honorable Danny Davis, my dear friend from Illinois. the gentleman, Mr. Conaway from Texas, the gentleman, Mr. Brooks from Alabama, and the gentleman, Mr. Hulskamp. And I wanted to ask the gentleman from Kentucky if he wanted to wait, and so the gentleman will wait and will be on the next panel then. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for taking time to be with us today. Your ideas, amendments, and things which you intend to discuss with us are important to this committee. This committee, as you know, is handling over 200 amendments. Some we understand very well, others we need a little bit of help along the way. Each of you will be speaking about an amendment that's important to you. I'd like to ask that you all reference that amendment as you give your testimony today up front, allowing this committee a chance to find that amendment, know more about it. Secondly, anything you have in writing that you wish to submit will be accepted without any charge against it. And then thank you very much. And lastly, brevity and succinctness works. And I would encourage you to know that take as much time as you need, then make a quick decision on your behalf about how you'd like to address us, because we're intensely interested in making sure we understand clearly what you're doing. With that said, the gentleman from Illinois, my dear friend, Mr. Davis, is recognized. Welcome to the Rules Committee, Danny.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I don't see the ranking member, but ranking member and all of the distinguished members.
In fact, if I could have the gentleman, hold just a second, the gentlewoman, Mrs. Slaughter, has been on the floor a good bit of the afternoon doing rules, and in fact, I did want to, and I should have stated on her behalf that she's been busy today, has been deeply engaged in the process, and has attended the meetings up to now to prepare properly. And so I will let Mrs. Slaughter know, ranking member, that in fact you want to wish her the very best. I thank the gentleman. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. I actually have two amendments, although I expect to come back on one with Mr. Pitts and others that I have with that one.
Is Mr. Pitts a part of your amendment?
Of one of the two.
One of the two. I would defer to the gentleman if he would wish to, on that amendment, choose to join you at the table. That's his business. Otherwise, we'll hear from him at the appropriate time. If the gentleman could also please make sure we understand the number of the amendment that you're choosing to bring forth. Gentleman's recognized.
Then with that being the case, I'll just do the one, which is a 113-14 in the print. And what it does is simply adds a determination at the end of the subtitle that notwithstanding any other provision of this Act, the amendments made by Section 405 and 407 of Subtitle A shall not take effect before the date on which the Secretary of Agriculture determines that the implementation of this Act will not increase the economic hardship and lower benefits to households and individuals in poverty. What this amendment does is ask that implementation of SNAP cuts would be held until after the Secretary has made a determination that this will not cause any undue hardships on individuals who are described as suffering from poverty. As a matter of fact, the SNAP program for many individuals provides a tremendous amount of health education that people need to have if they're going to eat properly, if they're going to try and improve their diets. There's a tremendous amount of obesity in our country and in our society, more among individuals who are low income, are poor, than we find in other segments of the society. So we simply would like to end up knowing that by making these cuts, we are not going to further diminish the health of a large segment of the population. That's the intent of the amendment. That's the purpose of it. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. I'm delighted that you're here. And as a result of your testimony, I would like to recognize gentleman, Mr. Pitts, who is speaking evidently on behalf of the same amendment. The gentleman is recognized. Oh, the gentleman is not. I apologize. With that said, the gentleman, Mr. Pitts, is recognized.
According to this is in support of amendment number 13.
13, thank you.
Yeah, to reform the federal sugar program. According to the Department of Commerce, 125,000 jobs have been lost in the sugar using industry between 1997 and 2010. And in our two sister states, Illinois and Pennsylvania combined, the Commerce Department data shows as many as 25,000 jobs have been lost in that 10-year period, 97 to 07. And left unchanged, the current sugar program will continue to hurt American workers by overly restricting the supply of sugar in the U.S. market, and thereby excessively driving up the cost of domestic sugar and encouraging relocation of good American manufacturing jobs to Canada, Mexico, and other countries. Left unchanged, the current sugar program will continue to hurt American consumers by increasing the price of every product made with sugar. A November 2011 study by researchers at Iowa State University found that comprehensive reform of the federal sugar program would save American consumers up to $3.5 billion each year. And this cost amounts to about $40 per year for a family of four, which is a significant government cost for those families on a tight budget. Left unchanged, the current sugar program will continue to put inflexible government regulation between buyers and sellers of sugar, making the market less efficient, less able to respond to shifts in supply. The sugar provisions added in the 2008 Farm Bill took away the ability of the Secretary of Agriculture to ensure the U.S. market is adequately supplied with sugar throughout the marketing year, causing unnecessarily tight inventories, thereby artificially raising the cost of sugar dramatically above the already high world market prices for sugar. Left unchanged, the current sugar program will continue to undermine the ability of our U.S. trade representative to open markets to U.S. goods in future trade agreement negotiations. The current treatment of sugar is a sensitive product needing special import protection. It means that every country with whom the U.S. negotiates also seeks to exclude its sensitive products from the prospective trade agreement. We've witnessed destructive consequences of sugar policy on employment in our states, and so we called on the Agriculture Committee to bring about real reform of the federal sugar program. The committee, I think, we should seize the opportunity to reform American sugar policy as part of the 2012 Farm Bill. The sugar program can and should be made more flexible, more market-oriented, less costly to consumers, food companies, sugar-using companies, less damaging employment, more compatible with efforts by our trade negotiators to open up export markets for U.S. commodities. And the Iowa State University research showed that the real reform of sugar program would generate up to 20,000 jobs per year in food manufacturing-related industries. We urge this committee to give our sugar reform amendment an up and down vote on the floor. It currently has 90 sponsors demonstrating great demand for reform, and we believe there's a way to balance the need for the safety net for sugar growers with consumers, industry workers, food companies, export-oriented commodity growers, and others that are impacted by the negative aspects of the program. So I hope this will help provide impetus to the full House to vote on the policy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
With your indulgence, if I could embellish comments relative to the sugar.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. And, I just note that Mr. Pitts comes from Pennsylvania. I don't think there are any of us who don't know about Hershey's candy. And I come from Chicago, Illinois. And at one time, we were known as the candy capital of America. That is, we produced and made more candy than anybody else in the country. Unfortunately, the sugar subsidies, which have kept the price of raw sugar up in our country, has actually driven many of these manufacturers out of the country. In my case, some of them have gone to Mexico. In others, they've gone to Canada because the price of raw sugar is so much cheaper there than it is domestically in our country. We know that farm subsidies have been very helpful. They've been helpful to farmers who were having problems getting rid of their crops, farmers who needed to earn at least a decent profit. But this subsidy really benefits a few large sugar growers. And while we benefit them, we put thousands of other people out of work, especially those who work in food processing, especially those who are in bakeries, those who are doing the processing of ice cream, anything that has to do with the use of sugar. So we're asking for a direct vote so that we can give people an opportunity to make decisions based upon these facts that have been researched, facts that are concrete, facts that people know, and facts that have had a terrible impact on job creation and work opportunities in our country. So again, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate being here with Mr. Pitts and sponsoring this amendment with he and a number of other individuals.
I thank the gentleman very much. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Conaway, is now recognized. And I want to thank the gentleman. I know that he had inquired earlier about being here, and I did not mean to inadvertently have you come early. I know you've been here for quite a while, and I thank the gentleman, and the gentleman is now recognized.
Well, thanks, Chairman. And I appreciate those kind words. I just need to try what you do all the time, trying to get between here and the floor and those kind of things, and I appreciate that. Typically, we thank the ranking member and you and all the distinguished members. When I'm in your role and sitting on that and I hear that, I wonder, well, which of the members aren't distinguished that you're not wanting to thank? But nevertheless, the amendment I've got, number 160, is pretty straightforward. Whether you like it or not, we've had this marriage between the safety net for production agriculture and nutrition programs that has worked well to get this thing across the 218 votes that we need. My amendment would say that given that it's a symbiotic relationship between the two, the SNAP program, the food stamp, or the nutrition program, has no skin in the game if we don't reauthorize. In other words, if we run past the September 30 deadline, the SNAP program just keeps churning along with the way it is. So my amendment would simply create a sense of urgency among the nutrition program folks who support that to help us get the 218 votes we need. So it would simply say that appropriators could not appropriate money, or that the STEP recipients would get a 10% cut in their benefits as long as money was being appropriated that wasn't authorized. So Congress is fully in control of this. This is an amendment that shouldn't ever be implemented if Congress does its job. If we authorize properly the way that we're supposed to, and then the appropriators come and do what they're supposed to do, this has no effect. But if we get out of sync with the authorization and the appropriation, then we'll have the nutrition folks need to be in the traces with us, trying to help us, those of us who support production agriculture, to get this thing done. So pretty straightforward deal, and I appreciate your consideration of it and hope you make it in order. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conaway. Mr. Brooks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment is number 178. It defines the Emerging Markets Program. By way of background, the Emerging Markets Program assists United States private and public organizations with market opportunities in low and middle income countries with market potential. The Emerging Market Program is set at $10 million for each fiscal year through the end of the current Farm Bill, and it duplicates and overlaps the much larger Marketing Agricultural Program. In fact, in 2010, the last year, detailed information was published by the agency. More than 27 of the 82 projects funded by the Emerging Markets Program went to Marketing Agricultural Program recipients. Let me share with the committee some examples of the spending in hopes that it might be informative. Brazil Craft Beer School seminars for the Brewers Association, $30,000. $468,000 to study food consumption in China's second-tier cities, the new frontier for the U.S. agriculture export opportunities. $212,000 for hotel, restaurant, and institutional sector development for USDA Foreign Agricultural Service in China. $174,000 Global Food Safety Forum, China Exchange for the GIC Group, and the list goes on and on. In light of the duplication with our existing marketing agriculture program and America's deficit and debt situation that slowly but surely increases America's risk of a debilitating insolvency and bankruptcy, I propose terminating funding for the Emerging Markets Program, and I would ask the Rules Committee to favorably consider my request for House floor vote.
Thank you very much. I have looked at all of your amendments before today, and I have no questions at this time. So on, Ms. Fox.
I don't really have a lot of questions, Mr. Chairman, but I would like particularly to thank Mr. Pitts for his leadership on the amendment that he's brought forward. And I think we're being presented with some really excellent amendments on this bill. I know we have a lot of amendments on the bill, very well thought out amendments in most cases, and I appreciate my colleagues for coming, especially my colleague from Texas, Mr. Conaway.
You know, Mike, you are considered a favorite of the committee in lots of ways, and when Virginia recommends you, that goes a long way.
I curry favor with her all the time.
You curry favor with her all the time. That's good. Mr. McGovern.
Thank you all for coming. Mr. Conway, I just have one question on your amendment. So if we don't, if the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program is not authorized, you would reduce the benefit to the beneficiaries by 10%? Is that the?
That's correct.
So we're going to, if we don't do our work up here, we're going to punish poor people? I mean.
Well, if we don't do our work up here, we punish farmers.
Well, I mean.
And so this helps incentivize us to get our work done.
Well, I mean, we're moving forward on a farm bill here, but I mean, I guess I worry about about the worst case scenario. I think that we don't authorize the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, and then people start to feel the misery. I mean, the fact of the matter is, we saw how wonderful sequestration worked with all kinds of threats. I mean, why don't you punish us for not doing our work? Why are we picking on?
Well, because the motivation for us to get it done comes from our constituents. Yeah. And they're the folks who do the best job at motivating members to get their work done.
I just kind of feel I mean, a lot of these amendments, I think, kind of needlessly, target poor people. Anyway, I appreciate you being here, and I have no further questions.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman, Mr. Woodall. No questions. Judge Hastings. No questions. Mr. Webster. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I do want to also thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for bringing this important amendment to the Rules Committee. It's a subject that's worthy of debate and our consideration. I hope the amendment is made in order. We can debate it on the floor and have a vote on the floor. And I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank each of you for taking time. I know it's taking time out of your day. It's just one way to run the railroad, but you have helped us to accommodate your ideas to make sure we can make thoughtful and better decisions. I want to thank each of you very much for your time. You're now excused, and I thank the gentleman. We will now move to Panel 5. Panel 5 will consist of the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Whitfield, from the senior member of the Energy and Commerce Committee. The gentleman who receives a Good Camper Award today, Mr. Holzkamp, for rendering his seat, making that available last time. The gentleman, Mr. Kildee, for taking time to be here. I note the gentleman in order of arrival, Mr. Graves from Georgia. And Mr. Graves, if you'll pull one of those chairs up for Mrs. Gabbert, I appreciate that, and she'll sit probably over here between you and the young chairman, Whitfield. And We're delighted that all 5 of you have taken time to join us today. And please know that as you speak about an amendment, if you could give us the number, it would help us to better prepare as we are going through several hundred. Secondly, that anything that you brought in writing, you want to enter into the record without objection, we'll allow that to happen. Thirdly, you have taken time to think through things, and we are ready to do business with you. You help us to think through ideas that may be new concepts. Occasionally, the gentleman, Mr. McGovern, sits on the committee. He's aware of a lot of these things, but they're new to a lot of us. With that said, take all the time that you need to explain it and then make a quick decision so that we can understand it. And we would like for you to be as brief as is necessary. And I'm delighted that the gentleman, Mr. Whitfield's here, and the gentleman's recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and members of the Rules Committee, I want to thank you for your patience. Going through the number of amendments that you're going through is really a testament to your commitment and conviction, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here. 1970, I'm speaking on Amendment 127, which is sponsored by myself, Joe Pitts, Frank Lobiondo, Mr. DeFazio, Mr. Steve Coyne, and Mr. Mike Doyle of Pennsylvania. So it's a bipartisan amendment. In 1970, the United States Congress passed legislation referred to as the Horse Protection Act. This has nothing to do with horse slaughter. The Horse Protection Act was designed to prevent the soring by the use of caustic chemicals, other types of irritants, and chains that were used to accentuate the step of Tennessee walking horses. And the 1970 Act prohibited that type of activity. Now, I just want to take 1 minute just to kind of give you, I just want to show you, this is the hoof of a horse. This is what these Tennessee walking horses frequently wear, these big rubber shoes, so that you don't see this, and typically what they have is some irritant between the hoof and there. This is the leg of a horse that's had caustic chemicals put on it, and this is an x-ray of a horse's hoof that has had irritants put in through the hoof. So the purpose of that act was to prevent that. Because of lack of funding, the Department of Agriculture, in implementing and enforcing the American Horse Protection Act, ended up entering into an agreement with the show horse organizations that would allow them to hire their own inspectors, so there would be self-policing. The inspectors from the Department of Agriculture attended only 7% of the horse shows. And recently there was a national television program regarding a trainer in Tennessee named Jackie McConnell, who was atrociously mistreating a Tennessee walking horse. He ended up being going to federal court and received a penalty, which the federal officials said their hands were tied. They could not penalize him the way they should. Subsequent to that, the Department of Agriculture's Inspector General issued a report saying that the self-policing simply was not working. There were so many violations that they, because the inspectors had conflict of interest, many of them had horses in shows, and so it was kind of a old boys game. So our amendment is very simple. It establishes inspectors trained by the Department of Agriculture. The horse shows will use those inspectors, independent inspectors, to monitor the shows. We didn't make it mandatory. So if the horse shows don't want to use those inspectors, they can use theirs. But if a Department of Agriculture inspector shows up and they are found to be in violation, they will suffer some major penalties in the old law. So all we do in this amendment is we say no more self-policing, it's not working. The horses are not being protected. We're going to have trained inspectors trained by the Department of Agriculture, and the shows have to hire those people if they elect to participate. If they don't participate and are found to be violating the act, then they'll suffer major consequences. And that's the extent of the amendment. And I would appreciate your all's consideration for us to have an opportunity to bring it to the floor.
Mr. Whitfield, thank you very much. Your regular presentations to the committee are appreciated and are respected. Gentlewoman, Ms. Gabbard's, Congresswoman Gabbard's recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to present this Amendment 106. Agricultural research in Hawaii on many instances has been found to be a national asset and an economic generator, not only for the state of Hawaii, but for other states such as California, Florida, and Texas that have reaped economic benefits from the research that's been conducted in Hawaii. The USDA Agriculture Research Pacific Basin Agricultural Research Center has done tremendous work in developing nearly all the technologies that are used worldwide for the detection, control, and eradication of fruit flies used globally. We see Hawaii is a sentinel state and is the first line of defense against foreign plant pests and diseases that could be devastating to many of our agricultural crops across the country. Because of our location in Hawaii, through tourism, commerce, as well as military traffic, we're seeing an introduction of approximately 17 new insect pests each year, along with plant diseases that are vectored by these insects. This amendment is pertaining to the coffee berry borer. This is an insect that we saw was very devastating to what is a growing and very profitable industry, which is coffee. We saw in 2011 in particular, 2010, the coffee berry borer was discovered and devastated nearly all coffee crops in 2011 and in 2012. What this amendment does is it establishes a coffee plant health initiative to address this new pest and authorizes research and development to combat it through the Pacific Basin Agricultural Research Center. It also establishes a pest management program to be able to ensure that this type of pest does not continue to completely devastate the coffee crops that we've seen, as well as other crops that exist across the country. That in essence is the summary of this amendment, and I appreciate your consideration in bringing this in order. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring amendment number 83, a very simple amendment. It just in essence says that a producer of corn who sells corn for a purpose other than food production, and in this case ethanol, would not be eligible for any incentives or benefits under the farm program for that portion which is sold for ethanol reasons. That's the extent of the amendment, and would appreciate the consideration of the committee making it in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A pleasure to be with you second week in a row. I'm going to make a habit of this, but I do have three amendments. I'll be very quick of those. The first two are pretty closely related in dealing with, well, they all deal with the SNAP program. Let me go first with number 152, deals with block grants. It is a fairly significant change. The amendment replaces the existing nutrition title with a block grant program that allows states to administer and implement nutrition programs as they see fit. It would require able-bodied adults without dependents to participate in a monthly work activation program, which would include either job search, job training, community service, or substance abuse. And then it would roll SNAP spending levels back to 2008, which would be pretty significant. I've been told, however, this amendment is considered to be appropriating on an authorization bill, and the problem with SNAP is this, Mr. Chairman, as you know, it is a mandatory program subject to appropriations, meaning legislation that fundamentally changes the way the federal government handles nutrition programs has to jump through twice as many hoops as other legislation, but I would ask the committee to consider issuing a waiver in reference to that appropriating on an authorization bill.
The second is a little simpler, Mr. Chairman, SNAP Reform Bill. It's amendment number 151. This is co-sponsored with by Representatives Goodlatte, Noblebauer, Jordan, DeSantis, Stewart, and Bentivolio. And it has a three-pronged approach to reform. It would include stronger work requirements. We would require all able-bodied adults to participate in a work activation program. Secondly, it would eliminate the work requirement waiver authority. Currently, the USDA has the authority to waive the ABOD work requirements in areas that have high unemployment. This would would not allow those waivers. Currently, USDA has issued waivers to 45 states. I think the work requirements in 1996 were a bipartisan success, and it would reinstitute those without a waiver. And again, this wouldn't require you to have a job. You would have to look for one, but either participate in job training or numerous other things as well. And lastly, it would reduce another estimated $10 billion from the food stamp program by eliminating the LIHEAP SUA loophole and eliminate a job training program. And for comparison's sake, to remind the committee, back in 2002, the Farm Bill then authorized approximately $272 billion for food stamps. In 2008, it increased to $406 billion. With this amendment, the current bill would authorize still $733 billion. That's, again, comparison to $406 5 years ago. Still significant. So that was amendment number 151. And the third one deals with the issue of those who might receive amnesty. It's pretty simple. If you came into this country illegally after 1986 amnesty, you would be prohibited in the future from receiving food stamps. And that's a pretty simple amendment. And my guess is if we have an immigration discussion on the floor, that it would probably be not allowed to talk about SNAP when we're discussing immigration, so I'd like to handle that here. So those are my three amendments, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the committee's consideration and approval. Let me offer these, making them in order on the floor. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Sessions and members of the committee. I'm here to speak on amendment number 53, which is offered by myself along with Representative Ryan from Ohio, Representative Peters from Michigan, Representative Fudge, and Representative Jackson Lee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee about my amendment, which would provide Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program beneficiaries, SNAP beneficiaries, with increased access to fresh fruits and vegetables. My proposed amendment would help the most impoverished Americans by also helping support our local farmers. It's often difficult for SNAP beneficiaries, including some 44,000 Michiganders in my own district, to access or afford fresh fruits and vegetables. Instead, they're often forced to choose cheaper, less nutritious foods in order to feed themselves and their families. And these unhealthy foods lead to and exacerbate a variety of other health and nutritional issues and thus decrease quality of life and increase health care costs. So in an effort to increase access to fresh produce, the District of Columbia and 24 states, including Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Massachusetts, Michigan, New York, Texas, all offer a variety of public-private partnerships to promote opportunities for SNAP beneficiaries to buy healthy foods. For example, in my home state of Michigan, there is a, quote, Double Up Food Bucks program, which has been regarded as one of the most effective methods to encourage and promote healthy eating. This program matches SNAP benefits dollar for dollar with food bucks, doubling a consumer's purchasing power to help buy fresh fruits and vegetables at participating farmers' markets. Essentially, this program turns one SNAP dollar into two for the purchase of locally grown produce. In 2012 alone, Michigan SNAP recipients made over 89,000 visits to local participating markets, redeeming $1.5 million in matching food bucks. Additionally, 75% of the local farmers who sold their products in markets with SNAP incentive programs reported that their sales and income increased. Such food incentive programs like Double Up Bucks clearly benefit SNAP recipients, farmers, and the local economy. My amendment seeks to leverage public-private partnerships like Double Up Bucks in other states to maximize consumers' SNAP benefits, all while promoting healthy lifestyles. Specifically, the amendment would increase funding for SNAP incentive programs for fruits and vegetables by $5 million annually. It would include a study of SNAP incentive programs and technical changes to guide the implementation of these programs. Any dollars not used for SNAP programs would be returned to the Treasury to pay down the debt, national debt. To offset the increase in funds for this program, my amendment would change the adjusted gross income eligibility level for farmers to receive subsidies under certain Title I and Title II programs to $750,000, similar to the eligibility income level established in the Senate version of the Farm Bill. The CBO estimates that this would save approximately $42 million over the next 5 years. I urge your support for my amendment and hope that you'll give it positive consideration and make it in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Over the years have learned how important trustworthy are. Learned a lot of new words along the way. You know, with blueberries, they have a lot of nutrients that come along with them, antioxidants and all sorts of things. And I'm an avocado guy and a blueberry guy. And I don't know whether avocados are included on that, but I consider that a fresh fruit. So
I failed to mention. I meant to mention avocados in my opening statement.
that's what I was thinking you meant. So we'll get that one. Make sure we understand that. And I'm delighted that all of you have been here and been succinct in helping us to understand your amendment. Gentlewoman, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions, but I thank our colleagues for being here.
Mr. McGovern.
Thank you very much, and Mr. Kildee, I strongly support your amendment. As Mayor Menino in Boston is doing some of the stuff that you're talking about is a good model for the rest of the country. Mr. Whitfield, I strongly support your amendment. Ms. Gabbard, I support your amendment. Mr. Graves, I'm not really sure. I have to look at it a little bit more. Mr. Holzkamp, I strongly oppose all of your amendments. I really do. Because I think they kind of defy reality. Asking people on SNAP to increase the work requirement, I mean, it doesn't take into consideration the fact right now some people, can't find jobs. On top of all of that, some people aren't qualified for some of the jobs that exist, so there maybe need to be some training. But
would the Congressman yield?
Yes. Okay.
And further explain, it doesn't require them to actually have a job. They can participate in worker training. They can, if they need some drug abuse treatment, there's
but
flexibility.
Cutting worker training programs. That's one of the problems right now. Is that there's a lack of. I mean, I hear it all the time. The worker training programs being cut. So on one hand, you're cutting worker training programs, and then you're requiring, people to go through worker training. That doesn't make any sense. So I look forward to seeing what happens in this committee, and I thank the chairman for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Yes, sir. Great opportunity for you and I to agree on good ideas too today, so it's a good thing. Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Kildee, you and the chairman had me until you talked about avocados. I hate avocados.
I thought it was broccoli.
Don't remember mentioning avocados.
No,
You responded positively. Don't do anything that looks like bacon.
Thank you very much. By the way, the gentleman, I think, likes almost everything about your amendment. So, Judge Hastings.
It's good for your cholesterol, Mr. Bishop. It really is. It's high in fat, however. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the time. Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Graves, Mr. Whitfield, and Mr. Kildee, I certainly support all of your amendments. Ms. Gabbard, I am on a track about something, and I will offer an amendment that I'm sure you would have an interest in that deals with pollinators generally. As the reverse of the thing that you experience in Hawaii and we do in Florida, and those infectious insects and species that come in a variety of forms. But certainly in the insect category, we see it similarly. So I strongly support your amendment. Mr. Whitfield knows that I went to school in Tennessee, so I have an affection for trying to protect the animals that he has a concern for. And Mr. Huskamp, I just want to ask you something. I follow up and I echo the sentiments of Mr. McGovern. What city in Kansas do you represent? What city?
Well, about a couple hundred of them.
Okay, your biggest.
My biggest would be Manhattan, Kansas.
Okay. And your unemployment in Manhattan?
Probably 5%.
You see, in Fort Pierce, Florida, I no longer represent Fort Pierce. Patrick Murphy does, Alan West did. In Fort Pierce, Florida, which is in St. Lucie County, white unemployment is 23%. African American unemployment is 37%. Teenagers who wouldn't necessarily qualify for food stamps directly themselves, but their families, well over 50% for white and black children. There ain't no jobs. So having people look for something that isn't there in a place that we have not done anything about jobs, and Mr. McGovern's point, there are work programs in certain locations, but in others there's none. And therefore there's nowhere to go. I just met with people on both sides of the issue of this farm bill. And specifically, and I do represent a rural and an urban district, which is a difficult balance. I'm not the only one here in Congress that has that challenge, and I accept that challenge. But in talking today with major growers, I pointed out to them that much of the work, and I represent the Everglades, I represent 75%, along with Tom Rooney, of all of the sugarcane grown in America. I represent 50%, along with Tom Rooney and Mario Diaz-Balart, of all of the winter vegetables in specialty crop categories in America. Now, toward that end, in that same territory, I'm talking unemployment. I just use Fort Pierce, but if I go out into the Glades and Pahokee and South Bay and places like that, the community college work to go to work in the Everglades Restoration Program closed. The Workforce Administration Program has diminished by 50% of what it was just 6 years ago. And there ain't no jobs. How can we up here in this place where we are not doing one ding-dong thing in a meaningful way to create jobs, talk about it? And least of all, and I suspected exactly what you said, that your unemployment is much lower than an awful lot of ours. And so toward that end, I ask you, do you accept that when $1 of food stamps is spent, we've had lots of talk here about waste, fraud, and abuse, and I hear them loud and clear, that the economic impact, according to empirical data, suggests that $1.72 is returned into our economy. Do you accept that statistic? If so, then I'll leave it where it is. If not, why?
I think, Congressman, I haven't seen that particular statistic. Be happy to take a look at it. But if I had a choice, and I think if most Americans have a choice, they choose getting a paycheck rather than a food stamp check. And I think we agree on that. But what we apparently disagree on is the success of the 1996 bipartisan reform effort. I think we need to be encouraging our states, whether it's state of Florida, state of Kansas, to continue to engage in things to get folks back to work and providing that. But the idea that in America we do have 3.5 million adult Americans, these are just adult Americans, that are of age to work, have no dependents, and are not required to do anything in 45 states in reference to looking for work. I think these are the folks that we should say, go out, look for job training, take some initiative, and let's get the economy moving that way.
All right, so then you support the program that allows for somebody that doesn't grow crops on their property to receive subsidies. They've been doing that for all the years that I can think of that I'm here in Congress. Many people just own some land, celebrities, people that live in Manhattan and don't grow nothing. And they get money, they don't do nothing for that. Now, why do we pick on poor people? That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, you know, it's enough of a problem in this country to begin with for us to use the nutrition program as a battering ram. I just don't understand the dynamics, particularly when the economic impact is a positive one.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I might, I'll note again that the Farm Bill 11 years ago authorized $272 billion. This one, even after the amendment, if we were to adopt amendment number 151, would still spend $744 billion. That's that is three times as much. I don't know how that's a battering ram when we're tripling the spending on food stamps.
Well, 11 years ago, our economy was a little more flush than it is today. 11 years ago, we didn't have many of the issues. Our unemployment was different, and we had some of those work programs that you want people to go out and look for work where there are no jobs. And I just don't understand it. And I don't want to use Florida as a beacon. I have three of us are here. Don't get me into that with what we've not done that we were able to do with appropriated money that we didn't utilize to create jobs. And yet I find myself constantly dealing with people. Do you work with any charitable programs yourself, individually? Yes, I do. I do too. And what I've learned is there's a diminution in the amount of money coming into the three pantries that I work with, and there's an increase in the number of people that are in need, and we're unable to provide for them in a rather substantial way. We're hurting, and we don't need to put ourselves in this kind of position. I just hope someday somebody, I think our government came up here with a measure to separate this food stamp discussion or SNAP discussion from the rest of the Farm Bill. We're not doing ourselves proud, and we're creating monsters, I might add. You may not understand it. If you look to the gentleman on your right, ask him about unemployment in Flint, Michigan, and the areas that he represents. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman's comments. I would note, and I probably against my best wisdom I should say this, but this committee is aware that at least the state of Florida and many other states could have $1 billion worth of revenue a year if they would open up their oil gas leases to natural gas. The state of Texas has done that, and we have a thriving economy where we have people who drive trucks, who open up stores, shops, coffee, all sorts of things, and we have a very vibrant, better economy in Texas. And all across this country, up to and including legislation that's been before this committee, Keystone Pipeline, there are a lot of people that are begging for jobs and for the federal government to get the heck out of the way and the president to become a leader by making a decision instead of stopping the Keystone Pipeline. So the same fervency that I would say that all the committee members have here, not just the gentleman from Florida, is a frustration about rules and regulations that are keeping the American people from having a job because they want to inflict politics into that equation. I would yield to the gentleman. Yes, sir. What I'm suggesting to you is that Florida is a phenomenal state, but people, free people who need jobs, I can tell you in Texas we know how to go manufacture them, and the same resources, many of them are available to people in Florida. So I would just remind us that we've got that well within our ability to capture that. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Nugent's recognized.
Well, I love it when you reference Florida, obviously. Florida has, this is kind of off the subject, but, Florida has done quite a bit to lure manufacturers and jobs from particularly Illinois, and we appreciate what Illinois has done. That's my home state, where I was born and raised, but Illinois has done some things, and so some other states to make it more attractive to bring businesses down to Florida. So we appreciate that. The Farm Bill is is really a hodgepodge of so many different areas that I think it gets confusing to the American public. And I know there's, some would like to split, obviously, SNAP and that program out of the Farm Bill and have it freestanding, so I think you can have, personal opinion, have a stronger debate in regards to what needs to be done, particularly to help folks that need it the most. And, it wasn't, I want to say it was 1975 when I was up in Flint, Michigan, and times were tough then, too. That's been an area that has had some tough times, and I think more than its fair share. And with Detroit now, with what's going on there. So there is an absolute need to have that program in place to help those that need it the most, and I think that's the key is, I guess I have a hard time sometimes when I'm walking in a grocery store and checking out and, instead of, and I'm not trying to tell how people to live their lives, but instead of buying healthy food, they're buying chips and soda and things that, are all empty calories that aren't going to help their children. Well, but it certainly isn't healthy for them. And so one of the things that the homeless shelter, and we work with a number of groups, some that take money from the state of Florida and federal, and some that don't. They're freestanding. And they all have their own reasons why. But the interesting part, particularly as it relates to homeless families, that I just visited a shelter, is they actually go out with their SNAP card and through an educational process to educate folks as to things they should buy. Then they send them out on their own, and they come back and they sit down with the groceries that they purchased and say, was this something that you wanted, or was this something that you really needed to have to provide for your family? And I think that's where this all needs to go. So whatever dollars that are going from the Treasury are utilized in the best possible way. And I think, we get chastised sometimes for being against that, and I don't think that's really what it's about. I think it's really about, let's get the best bang for our buck. And so with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Polis? Yeah, no questions. Mr. Webster? Dr. Burgess? No questions. I want to thank each of you for taking time to be here. As you see, we engage ourselves also in some of the thoughtful provisions, some of which you have thought through well ahead of time. But it's an engaging thing for us. We used to be good theater, now we're just good thinkers. But I want to thank you for your time and your effort, and appreciate your consideration of supporting what we think will be a fair shot at a better bill. Thank you very much. You're now excused. Now I'd like to, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, Mr. Graves. Appreciate it. I'd now like to move on to panel number 6, which will consist of Rules Committee members, with the knowledge that I know we have several other people, at least Mr. Stutzman, who will stick around for just a minute. And I would like to move, if I can, to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, for explanation of his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very brief because I think this committee has heard me talk about this issue enough, probably. But I have two amendments. Number 146, which would restore the $20.5 billion in cuts in SNAP, and then I have another amendment that would provide that the cuts in SNAP shall not take effect until the fraud rate in the crop insurance program are equal to the fraud rate in SNAP. And I think, given the fact that the lion's share of the cuts are coming out of the SNAP program, there ought to be a debate. And whether people agree with me or not, they can decide that on the House floor. But we ought to have a comprehensive debate. I think it's an important issue. I think this farm bill goes too far in cutting SNAP. I think it will cause some real pain. But others disagree with me. So let's have this debate on the House floor. And so that's it. Yield back my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Polis.
Thank you. I have several amendments I'd like to talk about that I think would be important additions to the Farm Bill. I'll just go in order. Starting with 118, I have an amendment that I worked on with Mr. Gardner, my colleague from Colorado, along with Mr. Stutzman and Mr. Tipton. This amendment would allow for an administrative appeal when a farmer is suspended from being organically certified. Organic agriculture is one of the fastest growing segments of our nation's agriculture, very important to my district and to our state. And it's very important that organic producers, it's a very rigorous standard, and that they have the ability to have the protection and the knowledge that they can appeal a decision. The narrow common sense amendment would simply allow them the due process when the USDA suspends their order. It could be over something as simple as one piece of paperwork misfiled, or some I that wasn't crossed or T that wasn't dotted, yet it could have put an entire farm out of business for years absent this provision. So it's very, very important. Hope that that's made in order. I also worked with my neighbor, Mr. Gardner, on Amendment 119. We actually also have several other Coloradans on there, Mr. Lamborn, Mr. Coffin, and Mr. Perlmutter. This would specify that the Secretary gives priority consideration for the use of emergency watershed protection for those areas that are seeking assistance in the wake of catastrophic wildfires, as Mr. Gardner's and Mr. Lamborn's in my district have suffered. So again, I think that with the limited funds we have, priority for the watershed protection should go to areas that have suffered tremendous damage from wildfires, which the after effects of which, absent the right kind of watershed protection, can be flooding, soil erosion, and additional fire risk, and avalanche. So there's a number of different risks that we hope by setting a priority we can do. I'd then like to go to Amendment 194, which has already been talked about, the Goodlatte Amendment, which I strongly support. We had a good discussion about that. I think it's important that we have more of a free market with regard to dairy. It still provides some price support, but it doesn't lead to artificial subsidies and basically the government forcing people to buy milk at more than it's worth. So I think that's a step in the right direction. Amendment 136 is a very important amendment with regard to genetically modified organisms. I worked on it with Representatives Lowy, DeFazio, and Blumenauer and Pingree. This affects production here in Colorado and our export policy. Just this last month, the USDA announced that unapproved genetically engineered wheat was found growing in an Oregon farmer's field. And just as a result of that, Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan immediately suspended the import of U.S. soft white wheat. The EU has now called for additional testing before further purchases. I do support additional measures here. There's a standalone bill for GMO labeling. The EU already does that. This amendment doesn't do that, but what it does do is it would require the USDA to report to Congress within 90 days about what steps it would take to prevent costly contamination episodes from occurring. Again, this is not the farmer's fault. Wind can blow with genetically modified wheat, etc. Other countries have different regulatory systems with regard to genetically modified organisms, regardless of where people are in that debate. I think a report to Congress on potential contamination and how it affects our exports is very, very important for the future of agriculture in our country, and I hope that 136 is made in order. Another important amendment, another bipartisan amendment that I worked on with Mr. Blumenauer and Mr. Massey of Kentucky is number 192. Number 192 simply allows institutions of higher education to grow or cultivate industrial hemp for the purpose of agricultural academic research. This is a very important policy. I've been working with the Maine State Land Grant University and Agricultural University in my district, Colorado State University. They are worried, even though it's legal under state law, they are worried that by allowing industrial hemp to be grown, and it could jeopardize their federal funding. And again, industrial hemp is perfectly legal in this country. In fact, you can have clothing that's made out of it. You can buy it. You can buy organic hemp products at grocery stores as a supplement, and yet it cannot be produced here. So we force us to not allow American farmers to grow. We import it from Canada. We import it from Turkey. It's perfectly legal. My amendment would simply make it clear that institutions of higher education are allowed to grow industrial hemp for the purposes of agricultural or academic research. It would be very important to my district. I'm joining that by Mr. Blumenauer and Mr. Massey. I think it's a common sense amendment. I hope that that's put forward to the floor for future discussion. I also hope that Amendment 193 is made in order. I worked with Ms. Napolitano on Amendment 193. This has to do with bark beetles, and so Dendocterus ponderosae is the Latin name of the pine beetle infestation that has impacted my district, Mr. Tipton's district, the Dakotas, et cetera. We've had an issue that much of this infestation occurs on federal land. And what we're talking about here are trees that are already killed. So the pine beetle, the fungus that results from the pine beetle, to be perfectly accurate, has killed the tree. We now have vast groves of trees, sometimes occurring near power lines, sometimes appearing near other sensitive areas. We need to enhance access to federal land to be able to do thinning and mitigation around where there are trees that have been damaged by pine beetles. What my amendment does is it mirrors the language by our Senator Bennett, that he had put in the Senate Farm Bill, and it would help allow access to federal land to treat insect-impacted areas more intensely and effectively. So very important for many areas that have been hit by pine beetles, and I'm hopeful that that amendment is made in order as well. My final amendment I will speak to, and then I would like to withdraw. My final amendment restricts supplemental nutrition SNAP benefits for purchases of soda. We have this problem with the precious taxpayer funding that people receive through food stamps or SNAPs. Some people are buying products because they're allowed to that have no nutritional content, no positive nutritional content. They're already prohibited from using them from cigars and cigarettes. They're already prohibited from using them from alcohol. I would like to explore ways to also ensure that they don't buy soda or candy or items that have zero nutritional content. Given that much of their caloric intake requires the use of the food stamps or SNAP benefits, I think it's critical that as stewards of taxpayer resources and, of course, for people's health, this can be done. I also know that there's many food deserts across this country where only convenience stores might only sell unhealthy products, and that's all that they have ability to access on foot. I'm confident that this kind of approach could also encourage these businesses to stock items that are healthier. Because currently, if people are buying soda with SNAP, if we made soda ineligible, then they would have to stock, these are smart business people, they'd stock healthier products, healthier drinks, juices, and other items that would be healthier. Mr. Chair, I would like to withdraw Amendment 229 at this point, having spoken to it.
Without objection.
Okay, I withdraw that amendment, and I hope that the various amendments that I have spoken to are made in order. I plan to continue to work on SNAP health issues with Mr. McGovern and Mr. Loro and others on the other side. Again, I think that we've got to find a way that with the limited purchasing power that our poorest Americans have through the SNAP program, they're able to provide sustenance for themselves and their family, and not nutritionally empty products that provide nothing but empty calories, or in the case of diet soda, nothing more, nothing less than essentially carbonated water with artificial flavors and coloring. And I know that we can do better, and I hope to work with colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do better in that regard. And I'm happy to take any questions. And I yield back.
Appreciate the gentleman bringing his amendments forward. Gentleman, Judge Hastings.
Mr. Chairman, I say to my colleague and good friend from Colorado, I'm glad he withdrew his amendment, because I was going to seek to amend his amendment and say that we couldn't allow the military to have sodas, and that we ought to take it all out of this place. I mean, I could go on and on and on. You don't need to be micromanaging what people drink. You didn't grow up in an era where there were no soda pops, and for whatever it's worth, people are entitled, in my view, to be able to have the same pleasures as us. Everybody doesn't live in the Perrier society. And when all things are said and done, I guess what you could do then is you would then say they couldn't use Kool-Aid. I could go on and on, but suffice it to say, I'm glad you withdrew the amendment.
So, just to be clear, of course I grew up in a place with soda pop.
I didn't.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, but I'm not sure. I mean, the point being that people, with their own money, can buy cigarettes, they can buy alcohol, and I think, with regard to the public benefits side, I've never been in favor of banning soda for members of the military to consume with their own money. I don't believe that. I'd be happy to find out. I don't believe that soda is given as an official ration by the military.
I don't think it is.
And I don't think it should be.
Reclaiming my time, I don't think it is, but I've been on airplanes where it was provided, and I don't know who provided that. I didn't pay for it. I've seen generals, their stuff stocked, and I've worked with staff sergeants and others that staff these airplanes that roll out of here that have all of these same things on it. But anyway, let's don't go there. I could really jack you up if we wanted to get off into it regarding a significant number of other areas in that regard. But let me go to my amendment, Mr. Chairman. First off, I ask unanimous consent that my full statement be made into the record.
Without objection.
And I won't spend any more time other than to say this, Mr. Chairman. No bees, no food. And all I'm asking for here is for us to do what is necessary to coordinate the efforts of the federal government through the 5 agencies that have the responsibility to deal with protecting honeybees and other pollinators and to enhance and modernize agricultural research facilities in this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman for his amendment. I do not see the gentlewoman, Mrs. Fox. The gentleman.
I didn't.
I would like to note that the gentlewoman, Mrs. Fox, has now appeared, and the gentlewoman had an amendment that she would wish to be recognized on. The gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized, Vice Chairman of the committee.
I'm not sure my timing's ever been that good before. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the premium we're placing on brevity, so I'm going to make this as quick as I possibly can. I have 3 amendments. The first is designated as amendment number 79. I've taken to calling it the Spending Safeguard Amendment because it would protect taxpayers in the event CBO predictions related to the Farm Risk Management Election Program are horribly wrong. As you may recall, the 2008 Farm Bill cost taxpayers 51% more than its drafters predicted. This particular program is basically an expansion of overly generous crop insurance subsidies for producers, and it's predicted to cost about $23 billion over 10 years, but it could potentially cost more, much more. That's because the program's costs are linked to high target prices that exceed historical averages. If prices fall, taxpayers will be forced to pick up the difference. My amendment would cap spending on this program at 110% of CBO predicted levels for the first 5 years in which payments are dispersed, fiscal years 2016 to 2020. If CBO predictions are reasonably accurate, nothing will happen, but if the predictions are horribly wrong, this amendment ensures taxpayers won't be forced to pay for another costly Washington mistake. This is a simple amendment, but one I hope will set an important precedent. When Congress creates new mandatory spending programs, there must be a mechanism in place to make sure its costs don't spiral out of control. When I talk to constituents about federal budget, nearly all are puzzled by the concept of mandatory spending. Virtually no one of any political stripe can understand the idea of creating a law 1 year that imposes an unlimited, unchecked, unaccountable lien on the Treasury for all time. Even with all of the hand-wringing over the discretionary spending reductions called for in sequestrations, we all know that in the end, budgetary problems on the spending side of the ledger will never be resolved until we confront mandatory spending. My amendment consolidates all of the uncertainties created by mandatory spending into one beautifully simple proposal that for the first time in the memory of everyone we've talked to, puts a finite number on an otherwise infinite liability. The amendment represents a new way of thinking so desperately needed in a city so long overdue for innovative ideas. This amendment should receive support from across the board. Republicans should support it because it provides a level of assurance that what they're voting for won't lead to costs without end, and Democrats should support it because it finally provides vital mandatory spending programs with certainty needed to ensure their viability. So I hope the committee will make the amendment in order. Second amendment, designated as amendment number 80, would sunset all discretionary programs in the bill upon the expiration of the 5-year authorization program, period. Many of the programs authorized by the Farm Bill are wasteful, duplicative, and ineffective. The purpose of this amendment is not merely to eliminate federal programs, but to force Congress to justify their continued existence through regular reauthorization efforts. If these programs and subsidies are left unchallenged, they'll continue to consume taxpayer dollars forever. As our national debt approaches $17 trillion, we simply can't afford to put these costly federal programs on autopilot. This common sense amendment would require Congress to explicitly revive expired programs at the end of the authorization period and prevent the covert continuance of wasteful, ineffective, and duplicative programs. To be clear, this amendment would apply only to discretionary programs, not mandatory spending programs like SNAP. And I hope my colleagues will support this amendment. My third amendment, designated number 76 and co-sponsored by Representative Keith Ellison, would require the government to disclose the names of certain persons and entities receiving federal crop insurance subsidies. Specifically, disclosure would be required for 1, members of Congress and their immediate families, and 2, cabinet secretaries and their immediate families, and 3, entities of which any of the preceding parties is a majority stockholder. This information is already public, but outside groups have to sue the government under the Freedom of Information Act to acquire it. It shouldn't take a lawsuit for the American people to figure out which of their leaders are receiving government farm subsidies. This bipartisan amendment simply makes this information available to the public. All these amendments are common sense measures that I hope the committee will make in order. I urge my colleagues to give them consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentlewoman for her amendment, as well as our colleagues on the committee for their important ideas. And I would like to, if I can, just tell the gentleman from Florida that I, too, am worried about honeybees. I've studied them for quite some period of time and know that there's an assault on bees. We have a diminished number of them. Something's killing the bees in the world, other than just other bees and other herbicides. Something is happening, and it seems to still be, while I'm not a person that's schooled in botany, something's happening, and I think they're a central part of our ecosystem. I would yield.
I didn't, at the time that I was speaking, ask unanimous consent for a statement to be put in the record by Kathy Castor, our colleague from Tampa.
Without objection.
Amendment H.R. 1947.
Without objection.
Chairman?
Gentleman's
I
recognized.
ask unanimous consent to put in the record the statement of Representative Vargas on Amendment 177.
Without objection, be entered at the record. So it would be my hope that the gentleman from Florida would know that I, with great interest, will follow his amendment and the discussion debate that takes forth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlemen.
You know the bees are going because of too many avocados, don't you?
I suspect that is what some uneducated people in the area believe. And it's being pushed by people who don't know their vanity from first base about the idea. Do you have any knowledge on this subject, sir? Okay. Well, you can have fun with me. I like that. Rich, did you want to poke at me too? Oh, no. Rob, did you want to poke at me?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't want to poke. I did have a question for Mr. Polis.
Well, let's go the round and further that. If there are any questions for our colleagues, I would encourage that gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find myself a little concerned because I agree with Mr. Hastings about his bees, and I agree about the pine beetle and the industrial hemp. I feel a real burst of bipartisanship coming on. I really would like to see what the gentleman from Colorado and the gentleman from Massachusetts could put together on the food stamp issue. Of course, coming from Coca-Cola country, I hate to be singled out as the sole problem, and got some folks in my family that have never had two nickels to rub together, and they used to say about Chick-fil-A, all right, they'd go out and they'd buy a Chick-fil-A sandwich, and my family would say, what in the world are you doing going out buying Chick-fil-A? You can't afford Chick-fil-A. And they said, you know what, it's a real treat for us, and it makes us feel normal to be able to go out and buy a Chick-fil-A sandwich. We know we don't have what everybody else has, but we don't want folks telling us what we can and can't do. I guess that kind of goes into the teenagers' thing of, it's my house, my rules. If you're paying your own rent, you can do whatever you want to. If I'm paying the rent, you've got to do it my way. But I would love to see, my constituency is concerned about that from a nutritive standpoint, but I know it often breaks down along lines of somebody cares and somebody doesn't care, when in fact I know everybody cares. I wanted to ask, though, about the organic appeal. As you were going through that, I was thinking, golly, that sounds eminently reasonable and seems like something we ought to do. In fact, I see Mr. Stutzman as a co-sponsor of that amendment. I get 2 bites at this apple before he comes up to testify. Though as I was looking at the notes my staff made, they made it seem like, golly, this isn't really a problem we face in Georgia, and it's not one they face in Florida or North Carolina. This is really just a one-time problem that one company in Colorado is facing, and it feels more earmarky to us than it does solving a national problem. You're absolutely right. An errant or even an accurate but short-lived federal reversal of a federal designation could absolutely destroy a company. It sounds like something we ought to do, but tell me about concerns that folks have that this is really just to benefit a single company, not treat a systemic problem.
Sure, thank you. And if I may address the first part as well briefly before I get into to answer your question. So when you look at, of course, companies like Coke and Pepsi and others, they have a broad variety of products, most of which would meet the nutritional requirements of the amendment. So again, while the product name Coke and the product name Pepsi would not be eligible for food stamps, much of their line of products, and many of these companies have invested in juice companies, have invested in water companies, have invested in many others, they would still, I don't believe at least, it would have any detrimental impact on their business. They control a large part of the bottled beverage market, and not just with the soda products. We already do restrict, for instance, beer, and people may say, well, I just want a beer, and of course they're able to do that with their own money. There's a fundamental difference between taxpayer money and people's own money. With their own money, they can buy alcohol, even if they shouldn't, and you and I might say they shouldn't, and maybe their wife or husband says they shouldn't, and maybe their parents say they shouldn't, but it's a free country, and if it's legal, they can do that. And it's different with regard to a public benefit, and that's the essence of this discussion, what they can do with a public benefit. And we've already drawn lines, which some may agree or disagree with, alcohol and tobacco, and the question is products that don't have any nutritional content. And I don't think Coke or Pepsi would necessarily refute that. I mean, these are products with no nutritional content. Now, they do have products, these same companies, with nutritional content. Getting to your question, this in no way, shape, or form only impacts one company. It was certainly brought to our attention. It does not resolve any issue regarding any particular company. Therefore, it's not any kind of earmark. It simply allows for an expedited appeals process. I would argue that even in a member's district that might not have organic farming, it is significant in my district, there are consumers of organic products. And it artificially inflates the price if farmers are disqualified and companies are disqualified over technicalities that take years to rectify. And they can be very simple. There are very strenuous standards for organic certification. And again, there can be a paperwork error or there can be an actual error that needs to be corrected. But again, to invalidate an entire label for an entire farm can effectively push that farm into insolvency. The cost of producing organic is significantly higher. The cost of the product that they receive, the sale, is significantly higher. And it really calls into jeopardy the entire operation if there's not a way to adjudicate and resolve a dispute administratively. And that's all that this does. It's something that I think will be used. I can't tell you by how many farmers or companies over the years, but I'm confident that having this in place will lead to an expedited process that a number of companies will be able to avail themselves of, and that consumers in your district will benefit from in the form of lower prices for organic products.
I thank the gentleman. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Further discussion or questions about the amendments that are presented by the Rules Committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much. We'll now move on to panel number 7. And at some point I saw Mrs. Jackson Lee. She would be on this panel. Gentleman, Mr. Stutzman, would please join this panel. The gentleman, Mr. Barr, if he arrives, would be on this panel. And the gentleman, Mr. Cardenas. So I would encourage, and there she is. Arrival, just in time arrival. The gentlewoman, Ms. Jackson Lee, would please, if you would join Mr. Stutzman, please come on up forward, and we will not wait for Mr. Barr, but rather he may be in the hall, and I'm sure our staff is out there trying to contact him at this time. Please know that we are delighted that you are joining us today for the Farm Bill. This has given us an opportunity to hear thoughts and ideas that you have, other amendments. There were other ideas to some 200 amendments that were presented to the Rules Committee. Your ideas are important to us, and you are welcome in this committee. Would like to ask a couple things. First of all, when you do address the amendment that you choose, please give us a number so that we're able to accurately subscribe to that. Secondly, without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered into the record. And lastly, I don't need to tell you, but it's been a long day, and your ability to effectively communicate your ideas and to effectively get through that idea respectfully will, I think, help the committee. I want to thank each of you, and with that said, I'd like to yield to the gentlewoman from Texas for purpose of her amendment. Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you for the entire Rules Committee's patience, Mr. Chairman. It is a busy day for members. Quickly, I will indicate 4 amendments that I have and start with 2 amendments that I've joined other colleagues, and I know that they have been spoken to, so I'll just quickly say that I joined Ms. McGovern on adding the $20.5 billion back to the Supplemental Nutrition Program, and add for the record, if it has not already been stated, that 200,000 children would be impacted by these cuts. And I'd really ask my colleagues to waive the point of order that might result by the offsetting issue, even though I do know that this amendment does take monies from the Farm Risk Management Election Program and the supplemental coverage option. I would argue that at some point we'll remove ourselves from sequestration and be able to make ourselves whole, but right now we're in a crisis with that cut. I also joined Mr. Kildee and a number of other members, and I'm sorry, that was amendment number 146, as I have noted, and then amendment number 53, Mr. Kildee, who I was able to hear partly his discussion and would associate myself with his discussion, and indicated that the ability to have fresh fruit and vegetables is enormously important. I will say to the Rules Committee that I took the SNAP challenge and wound up with buying 2 apricots. I hate to say it, Mr. Bishop, I did get an avocado, a banana, 2 potatoes, and some packaged meat, which was going to be my meal for an entire day. We know that that is not enough food for our children. I'm going to give, I have 4 amendments that are guidance amendments. They are sense of Congress amendments. Amendment number 181 establishes a sense of Congress that the federal government should increase business opportunities. Many people don't view the Agriculture Department as business, but it is for small businesses, black farmers, minority-owned businesses, and women. And I would indicate that that would be farmers from minority groups as a whole to be able to reach out to them. That's 181. 182 establishes a sense of Congress that the federal government should increase financial support provided to urban community gardens and victory gardens. They are successful urban centers that provides the opportunity for fresh vegetables to our urban centers. My amendment number 183 is a sense of Congress regarding funding for nutrition programs for disabled and older Americans. Accessible and affordable nutrition is especially important when dietary needs are changing as life changes. And that's 183. 184 is a sense of Congress that encourages food items to be provided pursuant to the federal school breakfast and school lunch program should be selected so as to reduce the incidence of juvenile obesity and to maximize nutritional value. They are guidance amendments. I would hope that they could be made in order, and I thank the Rules Committee for its courtesy.
I thank the gentleman very much.
You.
I'd also like to ask the gentleman, Mr. Latta, if he'd like to come join this panel. He would be invited up if he's here to testify before the Rules Committee. Feel free to join us up front. The gentleman, Mr. Sussman, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my first time here at the Rules Committee.
Welcome. We normally break out and have an ice cream party. The Drapers are here to have Draper ice cream, but we didn't plan it that way.
Well, I do
How
enjoy
about next year?
Next year?
Okay. Rich, we'll do this next year then.
Well, I do appreciate the Rules Committee's work. Watching you all work very long hours and all that you do up here is very much appreciated by us, the rest of us members, because we know that your work is important to the process. And so it's a privilege for me to be here today, and I thank you.
Well, we're delighted that you've taken time. The committee is, in fact, of a mind that we want to hear each of the members. Committee is open to every single member, their ideas, their concepts, and we're delighted that you're here to share that.
Well, thank you. Well, I would like to speak to amendments numbers 112 and 113, and it's as a fourth-generation farmer, I know farming. It's what I did before I came to Congress. I grew up on a dairy. I grew up on a grain farm, and often heard about the Farm Bill growing up. And so I know that farm policy does affect farmers, and I know that the Farm Bill is a big deal to the agricultural community. And I know also the SNAP portion, the food stamp portion of the bill is also vitally important to so many Americans around the country. And being a farmer, my dad often told me that if I didn't get out of bed after we were out of the dairy business, that and get out in the field, that he was going to go back into the dairy business because it's tough business. And I know that agriculture is very difficult, and there's a lot of folks out there across the country who depend on farmers. And
being the dairy best means you got to get up early.
That's right. But as I look at the Farm Bill, my amendment would separate the SNAP provision, the food stamp program, separately. It would separate the two. We would consider them separately. And I think that it is important to me as a farmer, as we're passing a farm bill. I mean, if we read just the title itself, the Federal Agriculture Reform and Risk Management Act of 2013, Americans believe that this is specifically about farming. And I think that it would be important for us as Congress to have discussions about not only farm policy, but also the food stamp policy that's a part of the Farm Bill program. And so that's why I'm bringing forward these amendments. It is not to kill either portion of the bill. It is to really make them better, to discuss them. How can we deliver food to those who really do need help better? I appreciate Mr. Paulus's amendment. It's something that I'd be interested in working with you on, because growing up on a farm, we didn't have the best food in front of us all the time. I mean, I thought I was doing great when Mom brought home a box of Twinkies, and we were happy with that. And I know how important food is to families to be productive, to be able to go out and to work. And so food is vitally important, and as a farmer, I recognize that. But I do believe that as we've seen the growth in the Farm Bill itself, several others mentioned the past farm bills and how fast they have grown over the past several years. I think that it's time for us to take a step back and to look at how can we not only change farm policy, because agriculture has changed dramatically in the last 20 years, to where we are now more productive than ever before, and we're feeding not only our country but so many other parts of the world. And I believe that the American farmer is only going to continue to be better and to deliver the food that we need, not only for Americans but also for other parts of the world. But at the same time, we have had several conversations with folks at home on food pantries and other folks who deliver the food to those folks who are in need. And I think that is something worthwhile of us to take a step back and to discuss the SNAP program and how it works. And how can we make it better? How can we help those folks who depend on the program to get the best bang for their buck? And so that's why I do appreciate Mr. Paulus's comments earlier, that as taxpayers are willing, and I believe Americans are the most compassionate people on the face of the earth, that as we help people get from point A to point B in times of difficulty, that we make sure that all of those all of the folks who aren't on the program who are willing to help, that we're making sure that the product is delivered as efficiently as we can. And talking with folks in my community who are doing this every day, they see that we have created a commodity with the food stamp program where there is abuse in the program. And I don't think that we can eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse, and that's not going to fix the problems. We really have a food delivery problem. And that's why I think this is not going to be the first time or the last time, this is not going to be the last time that I'm going to be talking about this issue, because I know how important food is for Americans. And so that is my intention here, Mr. Chairman, and to the committee to separate the bills so we can have a real conversation about not only farm policy, but also about the other 80% of what's in the bill, and that Americans understand not only the problem that's in this country with hunger, but also how can they be part of the solution to help fellow Americans who are in need. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Mr. Tuchman, thank you very much. Mr. Cardenas, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the Rules Committee. I have two amendments for your consideration. My first amendment is number 108, which requires all solicitations and contracts for the procurement of agricultural commodities in the Department of Agriculture above the simplified acquisition threshold to include a provision requiring the contractor to certify that it is compliant with all applicable laws and that to the best of its knowledge, its subcontractors and suppliers are also in compliance. USDA purchases over $2.5 billion in agricultural commodities each year to support domestic and international food assistance. It is critically important that the food provided is nutritious, safe, and available when needed to support these vital food assistance programs. However, the USDA also must discourage the labor violations that run rampant in the agricultural industry. Too often, farm workers who tend livestock, milk cows, and harvest crops are exposed to toxic pesticides, sexual harassment, dangerous housing, lack of access to toilets and drinking water, and wage theft. Requiring employers of vulnerable workers to comply with labor laws in order to contract with USDA makes good sense, and it will make a meaningful impact on the lives of farm workers and the public. My second amendment is number 109. My second amendment will expand the Food Safety Education Initiative to include training farm workers in practices that enhance food safety. If properly trained, farm workers have a unique opportunity to prevent the types of bacterial outbreaks that have sickened consumers who ate contaminated cantaloupe, spinach, or other produce. If we train farm workers on how to identify stagnant water pools, quarantine dead animals and/or animal waste, we create a strong front line of defense for the FDA to avoid outbreaks of Listeria or Salmonella. Thank you for the opportunity to present these amendments, and I hope that the amendments are made in order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Lyder is recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to be here this afternoon with you all, and I would like to bring to your attention Land Amendment number 7. And what this amendment would do would strike section...
Sorry about that. Would strike section 10015, and section 10015 would lift an administrative stay over a rule that would establish that a Christmas tree promotion, research, and information program. This is what this would do would be this under section 10015. It would have a Christmas tree tax, 15 cents on every Christmas tree that was grown on a farm that would sell more than 500 trees per season. And within 3 years, that 15 cents would increase to 20 cents. Now, I have no problem out there when you have self-imposed checkoffs. So if you have commodity groups and everybody else that says that they'd like to have a checkoff, fine. But I have a real problem when Congress is the one imposing that, especially when the industry couldn't impose it on themselves because their members didn't want it. So what this amendment would do would make sure that we don't have a tax on Christmas trees in this country. And, again, as I said, I have no problem with the self-imposed. That's great if the people out there want to do it.
My mom's family farmed a small farm in Putnam County in northwest Ohio. My wife comes from a family farm that's been in their family now for 176 years, and they've raised hogs. But again, we don't want to have a situation where it's Washington that's imposing that tax. So I'd ask that my amendment be made in order, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Appreciate it. All four of you have made a good commitment to be here, and your amendments have been clear. I want to say, if I can, to Mr. Stutzman. Mr. Stutzman, I'm struck by your not just kindness and fair-mindedness, but I want to offer really encouragement to you. As you had stated, you're a young member. You're here for I believe, the right reason, and you want to really make the process better and better for others, especially those who are less fortunate than we are. And I am struck by your conversations with me before today about this important amendment, and I want to pat you on the back for what I believe is humanitarianism, to care about those who don't have the same chances maybe that we do. And I want to thank you very much. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to ask Mr. Latta one question. It's my understanding that I heard you say that the industry, the Christmas tree industry, was not able to agree to impose this checkoff on itself, which is why it's asking for this. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. I thank our rest of our colleagues, and I have no other questions. Thank you.
Mr. McGovern. Mr. Bishop. No, come on. You have a chance to really say something about avocados. Okay. He discovered today that avocados are my favorite, and has done a very good job to make sure that we should keep them in line. Judge Hastings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and I thank all of our presenters. I think the amendments are very thoughtful. Mr. Stutzman, just as a measure of caution, don't let that sweet appeal that the chairman offered to you cause you to become a member of the Rules Committee. You know what I'm saying. What part of Tennessee are you from?
I'm from Indiana, sir.
Oh, you from Indiana? Oh, okay. I was thinking that you were from Tennessee for some reason. But anyway, thank you so very much, and I appreciate all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
He's right. Beware.
He's luring you.
Ask Mike Burgess about that. Thank you very much, Judge. Rich? Mr. Polis?
Yeah, I wanted to, I'm very supportive of Mr. Cardenas' Amendment 109. I think it's really important to expand food safety education initiatives. Mr. Cardenas, do you want to talk about some of the instances that we've had with food safety and some of the lives that have been lost and the contaminations that have occurred and why this is so important?
Yes, beyond that, the single incidents, it's really important that if we can identify on the front end when you have a recall of an item, it costs in the millions of dollars sometimes, depending on how big that particular item is, or they pull things off the shelf. So to be able to have education on the front end, I think that in the long run what we'll do is save a whole lot of distress from retailers and wholesalers and everybody down the line. And also, it'll, by being front-end oriented, no offense to the trial lawyers, they'll have less opportunity to get involved in the matter after the fact. It'll be front-end oriented and be able to solve it at the front. In addition to that, actually in the fields, what we have is a big problem, and certainly in California, it's a big agriculture state. We have a big problem where many incidents where people are handling items or don't know the safety rules, and they either hurt themselves and or contaminate a product inadvertently. Unfortunately, the fact of the matter is literacy in English when it comes to a lot of farm workers in the fields is a big problem. So simple education, identifying of products, identifying of good practices could actually not only save lives in the fields, but actually save millions of dollars on the back end.
Thank you. We had a similar incident in Colorado where we had several years ago cantaloupes that had been contaminated, and the recall was very expensive, and as you mentioned, trying to track it back everywhere. And I think an ounce of prevention and education could have saved significant resources and also prevented people from getting sick. So I applaud your amendment. and I hope the committee makes an order number 109. And I yield back.
Thank you. Questions? Dr. Burgess. No questions. I want to thank the members of this panel. I know you took your time to be here today. Some of you made several trips up and back. We appreciate you taking time. It's very important. We learn things about you also, as we have learned about Mr. Stutzman today, and about each and every one of you with your kindness about caring about other people. And I want to thank you very much. You're now excused.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, California is very proud of the avocados that we grow.
Thank you very much. We'll now go to panel number 8. Panel number 8 will consist of the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gozar. I'd like to ask that you come up. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Duffy. The gentleman from the great state of South Carolina, Mr. Mulvaney. And the gentleman from the coast of Florida, Mr. Riddell. And Mr. Riddell, welcome to the Rules Committee. I don't know if you've been up here before. Well, we would normally host you with a ice cream party. That was David Dreyer stuff. David Dreyer did Dreyer ice cream. I do different Draper ice cream. But there's your friends from Florida back behind you. They're up here with interest for the bill also, and I want to thank you very much, gentlemen. Today we've been here all day and heard lots of great ideas. We're excited about you being here. Hopefully, thinking this will be the last panel, but your ideas are important not just to you and your constituents and the Rules Committee, but also to the entire floor. So your opportunity to speak clearly about your amendment with brevity gives us an opportunity to effectively then serve you a little bit better. Secondly, when you talk about your amendment, if you'll please give us the number. That will help us greatly. And lastly, without objection, anything you have in writing will be entered to the record, and I'm delighted that you're here. In honor of his first appearance before the Rules Committee, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Riddell, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to refer to Radel Amendment number 12. You've been here a long time today, huh?
I only act like it.
I'll spare you the talk of how we need to save hardworking, tax-paying American dollars for the people that are working so hard right now. And I think it's as bipartisan as you can get when we look for areas that we can save money sensibly, and we can do so right now in this farm bill. It's a great opportunity for us to show how Washington can be entrusted with taxpayer dollars. So a program deep in this bill, it literally filed under miscellaneous, is something called the National Sheep Industry Improvement Center, NSIIC. We're talking about sheep shearing. Maybe a few smiles out there. It would probably be laughable if it wasn't so sad. Congress has already wasted $50 million for this program since 1996. My amendment, right here, one page, one sentence, would stop another $50 million from being wasted to provide training for sheep shearing. This is an industry that was perfected in biblical times, in the Old Testament. So after seeing what the NSIIC spends its funds on, I believe that we must completely repeal this provision of this bill. So just to highlight a few ridiculous parts of this, the wasteful grants within this. One grant we have here provides 2 amateur shearers with their combs, brushes, scissors, and razors to begin shearing. The question is, should government be providing no questions asked grants to people? But look, as a startup business, there are people all across this country today trying to start up businesses, and we can't pick and choose who we're going to fund or who we're going to give other people's taxpayer dollars to that person for a startup business. The next one, again, probably be funny if it wasn't so sad. This group calls themselves the Tri-Lambs, and that's actually fashioned off the 80s flick, Revenge of the Nerds. And in this, they took a trip, a taxpayer-funded trip to Australia to promote, quote, making lamb famous in the U.S. and to cultivate foodies to eat more lamb. they want to, quote, increase, quote, per capita lamb consumption. The third one here, just to wrap this up, is the industry's best practices. This, again, probably could have been written by Moses in the Bible. It proposes a, quote, informational video describing recommended goat handling practices. The list goes on and on of where our taxpayer dollars are being spent for this. So having seen this, I hope that you will agree that my amendment should see the floor and be considered before the House. Many of my colleagues talk about cutting with a scalpel the programs that are wasteful or do not work. I believe this program neither works nor is it appropriate. We can shear spending right now. That's the last bad pun that I will use, I promise. But look, in the big picture here, I realize that $100 million, it's a lot of money. In the big picture of things, of a $3 trillion budget, maybe it's this much. But I contend that the individual raindrop does not blame itself for the flood. We can cut this. It's wasteful spending. Hardworking, tax-paying Americans are working to spend their money on sheep shearing. I thank you for the consideration on this, and I hope my amendment is granted a vote before the full House. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We appreciate your feedback and not pulling the wool over our eyes. The gentleman, Mr. Guthrie, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, this is my first time before the committee.
Well, we'll celebrate again with you, too.
I will not have any sheep puns. But
all of a sudden, this is like guys showing up. It's not their birthday, but telling the people at IHOP, today's my birthday. Just get that milkshake.
That's right. No milkshakes till today?
You'll get the free ice cream, buddy.
But I was in New Zealand once, and I did shear sheep, and it was not very good. They get cut pretty easily. Anyway. To my amendment, it is amendment number 226, the Stewardship Contracting Revenue Sharing Parity Amendment. In essence, what we want to do, and I'll be very quick here, in the National Forest Service, we have a stewardship program where the receipts from some of these sales, those receipts are driven into a stewardship program where we look at conservation programs for endangered species habitat restoration. We repair lands that have been eroded due to heavy rains, and we restore lands after fires or other natural disasters. It's a really good program, and the money is used very effectively and very efficiently. But we don't think it's being used to its full potential because many in our communities don't have an incentive to engage in the program because, like many other programs that we have in the Forest Service, our local communities don't get a share of the revenue that comes off those sales. So what this amendment does is it allows for the local communities to keep 25% of those sales, which will help them with their roads, their bridges, their schools, their infrastructure. And when they have buy-in, we think the program will be used more effectively. We'll have a great partnership with our communities and our national forest. And so we'll have more money going into our restoration programs and more money to go to our schools. So in essence, that's what my bill does, and I'd ask the committee to consider it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gozar.
Well, after hearing the first gentleman, I don't know that he realizes I'm half French Basque. I'm just teasing. I'm with your amendment. Thank you, Chairman. This will be Gosar Amendment number 40. Every year, tens of thousands of acres of federal forest actually burn up every year because we have some bad policies. I've been one of those champions trying to look at federal stewardship contracts and trying to making them more efficient. So how come we can't get this done having a joint venture between public-private partnership? And part of that is been the aspect of liability. How do we actually engage where there's limited liability and helping the industry get a constant playing field so that they'll actually engage within that stewardship contract? And that's what my amendment does. It actually sets some of the boundary levels in regards to that liability issue, making it fair for the business of stewardship from the private sector so that they still have some liability, but it's not onerous in which that they'll actually engage in those stewardship contracts, thus putting more people back to work, making more stewardship contracts, which are proactive instead of reactive, actually, and gets back to a logging system that we can actually embrace within this country. So that's what my amendment basically does. It talks about the liability issue and balancing the playing field. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mulvaney, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, my amendment deals with, and I apologize in advance to my colleagues on this side of the room for turning my back on you, but I won't do it for very long. deals with the nutrition side of things and seeks to roll back SNAP funding to pre-recession levels 2008. This is a program that has seen an over 300% increase in the last decade. I recognize the fact the underlying bill does a little bit to try and remedy that, but single digits off of a program that's gone up by 344% since 2001 simply wasn't sufficient for me. So we tried to set it at 2008, leave it there for 5 years, and we hope it's ruled in order. Thank you.
Appreciate the gentleman's brevity and each of you for being here today. I want to tell the gentleman, Mr. Gosar, I've been involved in thinking, watching, studying about healthy forests for quite some time, ever since I was a scout. Took the forestry merit badge and spent a part of a summer in a federal park looking at trees, and it was about a few years later Yellowstone occurred. And I tried to apply my knowledge with what I saw the federal government do, and I'm encouraged to say that I think the things that they taught in scouting would be good for the federal government to learn also. I'm glad not everybody's an Eagle Scout, because they don't give the dang things away, but there were lots of lessons that I learned. And so those men and women that are in the Park Service forestry side of the thing, we do need to help them, and your help does that, I think. Mrs. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no questions, but I want to thank all of our colleagues for coming today and for their very thoughtful amendments.
Mr. McGovern.
Just a question, Mr. Mulvaney. The current bill cuts SNAP by $20.5 billion. What would your amendment cut it by?
The first year alone is 43.
So we're told by CBO that if you cut the program by $20.5 billion, that there are 2 million people that will lose their benefit, over 200,000 kids will not be able to get a free lunch or breakfast at school. So under your calculation, obviously it would be significantly more. What is the number of people?
Sure. Well, obviously we can't get a CBO score on amendments, so I don't have the information. But it's a valid question. How would folks be impacted? But the response I would give you, Mr. McGovern, with all respect, is that the concept of this program being somehow counter-cyclical or something that sort of smooth out the economy is just been, it's completely disposed of. This is a program that it gets bigger slowly during during good times and gets bigger fast during bad times. It should come up.
I think CBO projects that it's going to go down. We've been given that information. I guess my only point would be that I think it is fair to say that we all can agree, whether we're Democrats or Republicans, that we've experienced one of the worst economic situations we've had in a long time. Lots of people have been negatively impacted. I'm not blaming who's responsible for what, but the bottom line is a lot of people lost their jobs. A lot of people have fallen on hard times. A lot of people can't find jobs that pay a lot of money. So it's not illogical that the program expanded during that. Now, if the economy, not on Wall Street, but on Main Street, begins to get better, I think it's also reasonable to believe that the amount of spending will decrease because, quite frankly, not as many people will need to take advantage of it. And I'll just say also, just for the record, just so you know, there are millions and millions and millions of people who are eligible for this benefit now who work, but they earn so little that they still qualify for this. So I think we ought to understand what the impact is. And again, I know we have differences of opinion on this issue, but I do think that it would be helpful to know what the actual impact on real people would be before anybody would support the amendment. So I appreciate your being here, and appreciate all of you being here, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a couple of questions here.
Yes, sir.
Some of them are actually legitimate. And I won't mention anything about avocados for this last group.
The gentleman's recognized then.
Okay. First of all, the gentleman from Florida, I hope you realize that the picture I had in the art on the tunnel going to the Capitol building from Cannon this last year from my district was of sheep shearing. I put it up there. Hopefully somebody would be offended by it, but nobody actually was. I do want you to know, you gave a very quick summary of what you're talking about. Good amendments. Thank you. Mr. Duffy, can you tell me again, because I wasn't hearing everything well, the name of the program to which you referred?
This is the stewardship contracting program.
From the National Forest Service. And your goal is to take 25% of that?
25% of the revenue, and allow the local communities to keep that. As you know, they don't get the tax revenue off those lands, and it's away from the forest for the timber sales.
Boy, do I know that, yes.
What's that?
Yes, I know that very, very well. So it's the same program Mr. Gosar was talking about. You were talking about the liability. You were talking about an incentive program that can be developed from that.
And a lot of the programs, I believe, Mr. Bishop, allow for the 25% to be retained in the communities. This is one that doesn't, and I think that's why it's not used as frequently as it could be.
If by any chance these amendments are not made in order for this particular bill, I would hope that you would both have the opportunity to talk to me again, because I am deeply interested in this on the Public Lands Subcommittee as well. We are talking also about forest health, forestry development. These are perfect ideas that would be very helpful with that. It gives you another avenue to approach this issue, which I think is legitimate and it's significant, and I thank you for bringing it up here.
Thank you.
Same thing with you, Mr. Gosar, or Mr. Tipton, whichever the case may be. But I appreciate you bringing this fund for. And for Mr. Mulvaney, thank you for being here. I don't see the vest, though, but all right. We'll still work on that one. Thank you. I will yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bishop. Judge Hastings, no question. Yes, sir. Chairman Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank all of you for your thoughtful amendments, because they're all worth thinking about. They really are. I'm just curious, and I just asked each one of you this, to sort of give us some idea what your general attitude toward the Farm Bill is. And, if your amendment were made in order and were passed, would you vote for it? I guess I'm trying to determine whether or not, if you're already against it, that really does color my opinion about whether or not the amendment or the amendments that you're proposing are worth making in order. If the bill can't be changed to the way that you would like it, it's going to be no anyway. I'd like to know that before I'm asked to express an opinion on whether or not amendments should be made in order.
I'm undecided and will decide upon looking at all of the amendments.
I have some concerns with the Farm Bill, but I got to tell you, I'm a lean yes, but as you know, I'm from Wisconsin. Dairy is a big issue for us, and there's going to be a great dairy debate that goes on, and how that debate is resolved will swing me one way or the other. So I got to wait and see what happens with the amendments.
Is that a decisive issue for you?
It may be.
Yeah.
I'm still undecided, but I'm looking at more at what's coming out of the SNAP program. I'm a healthcare provider. I believe that we ought to be putting everything under WIC, but I want to see how it takes a look at it. But I want to see what the amendment looks like.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Thank you, gentlemen. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Cole. Mr. Polis. Gentleman, Mr. Woodall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mulvaney, am I remembering correctly, did you offer an amendment once upon a time that would consolidate all the income support programs into a single account, or am I just putting that responsibility on you?
I think you may remember that because I was supporting that amendment, but it was not mine.
I think about what Mr. McGovern said, and I read all those numbers to kids losing access to free and reduced lunch because they've lost access to food stamps, but under the current Farm Bill, they only lose access to food stamps if they didn't qualify for food stamps under the food stamp qualification characteristics anyway. So that's all these folks who are receiving food stamps who don't qualify under the food stamp regs now are receiving free and reduced lunches.
The general yield.
I'd be happy to yield it.
So
let me just make sure the gentleman understood me correctly. Let me make sure, I'm reclaiming my time. Let me make sure the gentleman understood me correctly, because needn't correct me if I'm not mistaken. And that is that food stamp law determines how folks get food stamps. But LIHEAP law says if you get LIHEAP, you also get food stamps. And thus changing LIHEAP law is going to take people off the food stamp rolls, but they would not have qualified under food stamp law, is my understanding. I welcome the gentleman's clarification.
And what is being suggested is that we change the LIHEAP law in anticipation that the states will pick up what the federal government is not paying for, and therefore there won't be disruption. The problem is the states will probably not pick up the slack. So you have poor people, people who families who are well below the poverty line, who are qualifying for this benefit, who will lose it. I mean, you're cutting $20.5 billion out of the program. And by the way, it's not just LIHEAP is $4 billion of the $22 billion that you're cutting. You're getting rid of all of categorical eligibility, which means that if I qualify for welfare, I automatically get enrolled in food stamps. I don't automatically get the benefit unless I qualify under the food stamp law. So you have to qualify under the food stamp or the SNAP law in order to get any benefit. You can get enrolled in the program but get no benefit. So it's pretty clear. And I guess all I'm simply saying is that we do know that, according to CBO, that 2 million people will lose their benefit under the $20.5 billion cut. All I asked Mr. Mulvaney was, what would be the impact if his amendment were to be adopted? And I think that's a legitimate question. And I just want to say, if I say one last thing, Joe, one of the things that I have been advocating, and maybe we could agree on this, I've been urging the White House to do a White House conference on food and nutrition for quite some time, because the SNAP program is one tool in the toolbox to end hunger. A lot of our programs fall under different agencies. They're not connected. We don't connect the dots. So we may be doing something good here, and we're thinking we're doing something good here, but it's not connected, and everything kind of falls apart. There ought to be a discussion, a wider discussion, on how we get people off of public assistance and to become self-sufficient. And I think the White House could be helpful in coordinating all of the agencies and all of the departments and all of the relevant people to get us together, actually have a plan, because we do not have a plan to end hunger in this country right now. We have a lot of programs, but they're not connected. And so, I don't know.
I appreciate that clarification, because I think we agree on exactly what the facts of the current program are and exactly where the mission of the program ought to end up. Mr. Mulvaney acknowledged it was an important question to know how folks were going to be affected. I think that's one of the great frustrations of having these things so separated that you can't. There's not a person in this room that wants to see that child go hungry at school. But now doing that math, these are all kids who are going to lose their benefits because they didn't qualify for those benefits on the merit of those benefits. Now, are those families going to go back to my school district, the Gwinnett County School District, and apply for free and reduced lunch? I believe that they are. Are they going to receive free and reduced lunch? I believe that they are. But if they're not, that's a problem not with the success is not that you get folks with categorical eligibility. It's a failure that the guidelines of the program don't allow folks to qualify on their merits. Categorical eligibility was never a device to expand the number of folks who receive benefits. It was a device to end the paperwork burden of states administering the benefits. And to the degree that it has succeeded on those merits, we should continue it. To the degree it has succeeded in expanding participation in the program beyond those for whom the program was intended to serve, it's an incredible liability. And I'll yield to my friend in just one moment. I'll say to my friend, Mr. Mulvaney, while the size of the cut that you propose seems dramatic, it is my unfortunate conclusion, 2.5 years with a voting card, that we can't ever seem to get serious about things, even things that we all care about, until we are forced into some sort of drama that makes us get serious about them. Because I promise you, if your amendment passed, we would suddenly become laser-focused collectively, not 218 at a time, but 435 at a time, to make sure the absolute neediest Americans got every penny going out the door. And I'd be happy to yield to my friend.
Yeah, no, I thank the gentleman for yielding. Again, I think if we looked at this thing holistically, there might be a lot more common ground than there is when we look at these programs kind of individually. And I would also say to the gentleman that, categorical eligibility, to the extent that it expanded the program, in many cases expanded the program because people who were eligible for SNAP didn't know they were, didn't know they even qualified. A lot of senior citizens in particular who aren't living on a measly pension, and elderly women who didn't know that they were earning so little that they still qualified. and many states made it easier for them to enroll. That's a good thing. We have benefits so that people who qualify should be able to take advantage of them. Otherwise, the benefit's no good. So, there's that aspect of categorical eligibility as well as lowering the cost for states and lowering the paperwork, which was a Republican idea, by the
Absolutely
way.
it was. Sometimes those fail. It's rare that they do, but sometimes they do.
I'm embracing a Republican idea.
I had my DFACs.
I don't do that often.
I welcome and sincerely, I welcome the mission that you have laid out there. DFACs, Department of Family and Children's Services. I don't know if everybody has DFACs. That's just a Georgia thing. Our DFACs was in the office the other day, and they said, Rob, we have senior citizens coming in here who, because they receive a measly Social Security check, cannot qualify but for, I think it's $16 a month in food stamps. And we have folks coming in here with hefty bank accounts and automobiles that we can't test their assets, and they're walking out the door with stacks. And our job as DFACs, they said, is to help people who need help, and the federal rules that you have laid out for us ensure that people who need help often can't get help, and ensure that folks who need no help whatsoever are the first ones standing in line and have the easiest access to those benefits. If we were able to look at those things holistically, we could end both of those crises, folks taking advantage of the system and folks falling through the cracks.
And the gentleman yield me for one more
Happy to yield.
I just wanted to make it clear for the record that the average SNAP benefit is $1.50 a meal, $4.50 a day, all right? So, when people are talking about, people going and walking around with hefty bags of, benefits from the program, that's the average benefit. It's not a lot. And there are a lot of people who get significantly less. But every dollar, when you don't have anything, helps. And so I just wanted the record to be clear on what we're talking about.
Since we're making the record clear, you're not at all suggesting that we should let folks who don't need those benefits, who do have the hefty bank accounts and the automobiles, walk out with that food stamp card. You would agree we absolutely ought to eliminate every dollar of misuse of the program so we can dedicate those dollars to the people that I know you serve.
People who do not qualify and people who abuse should not get it. People who abuse the system illegally should be arrested and prosecuted. It's taxpayer money. So I agree that we ought to hold the program to a high standard. But it has one of the lowest efficiency rates, one of the lowest error rates of almost any federal program. So I'd just point that out.
Sadly, the worst fraud in this country are not the errors, and they're not the folks who are cheating. They're the folks that Mr. Radel described who are doing exactly what the law requires them to do, and they're using those dollars for ridiculous, outrageous purposes. There's not a single lawbreaker described in Mr. Radel's testimony, but it's unconscionable that at a time when people are suffering in America, we're funding those programs. That is the frustration that we ought to be able to come together around, not going after the criminals, which we of course do, not going after the folks who are defrauding the government, which we of course do, but going after those folks who are doing exactly what the government told them to do, and what the government told them to do is ridiculous.
I'm open to the sheep shearing amendment.
We're going to start.
I'll have to look at it.
We're going to start there. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Nugent. Mr. Webster. Dr. Burgess. All four of you have brought some levity to this. Well, I don't know. But we want to thank you. You are panel number 8 that we've had today, and all the panels we have had an opportunity to share the ideas, and I want to thank you and hope that your first opportunity before the Rules Committee was good and that you did well enough. Pleased to know you'll be invited back, and thank you very much. You're now excused. The committee has heard today from a number of people, and we've had an opportunity to introduce friends and family, neighbors that have come. I want to introduce two great people, friends of mine, Heather and Rich, who are here in Washington this week from South Florida. They're into ice cream, and I like their ice cream. Their new dip is called Cowboy Ice Cream, and I'll let you figure out the rest.
Did y'all bring ice cream for Pete's birthday?
So they will be here. So Heather, thank you for bringing Rich again. For the committee, we are now, this closes H.R. 1947, the testimony before the committee. And I want to thank you all, every single one of you, for being here today. We're going to now go to votes and be at recess, subject to the call of the chair. It is my hope that we will have a guesstimate pretty early and then let you know. I would hope that we would not interrupt your dinner hour, and it is my hope that we will not be out too late tonight. But as soon as we're able to ascertain what that might be, we'll get with you immediately. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Oh, I forgot about that. Listen, good luck. Committee's now recessed, subject to call chair.